Chapman. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, net. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. Oh, net. Oh yeah. Okay.
And welcome to the very last weekend of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 competition, the professional league where the world's top esports players from 8 of Europe's best clubs come together and battle it out for supremacy. Each club fields a 3-man team in a 1v1 format with the ultimate aim of lifting this here beautiful trophy next to me. And the great news is we're edging ever closer to finding out just who that's going to be. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be with you for today as well as tomorrow. But it's all about today, isn't it? And it's about the quarterfinals and the semifinals to see who will reach the grand finale tomorrow. Having said that, here with us once again is our fantastic dynamic duo of Harry Channon and Stuart Wesley, or as you know him in the gaming world, Wizza. Guys, a fabulous weekend ahead, a big day today as well. What are you most looking forward to?
Oh, it always heats up at this end of the competition, Samra. It's the business end. We're now in the knockout stages. We have a change of format for this kind of post-group knockout stage. So it's going to ramp up the intensity. The heat is going to be on, and I can't wait to see who thrives under the pressure today.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's the drama. It's the drama of knockout football. That is where the kind of bread and butter of this competition is. When we get to this type of stage where it's best of 3, this is where kind of champions are made.
This is where champions made, indeed. And I love, as you say, it is the business end, so things are only going to hot up from here. But before we dive into the day's analysis, we do want to kindly remind you all what happened last week on a match day 2 in the final match day of the group stage. We can start with Group A as we have it here on our screens. And based on these results, you may or not know that Manchester United were left behind. It will not be featuring in today's round of action. But the greatest thing about this was that it went way down to the very end, to the wire. It was dramatic the whole way throughout, wasn't it?
Yeah, so much drama. And as you said, Manchester United unfortunately left it to that match 3, left their own fate out of their own hands. And Bayern, with their fate within their own hands, Wes, took that opportunity with both hands, or should I say both feet, and kicked their way through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, and that's the gamble that you take. If you don't accrue those points, you leave the fate of your own team to somebody else, is that you can get caught cold, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I would imagine that the Manchester United team were probably sat there, you know, watching through fingers whilst Bayern Munich and Monaco played out their final games of the day. But again, a credit to Mestre for really coming through for his team right at the very last opportunity, gets themselves into that top 3 in the group, and it was a great performance from them.
Yeah, that was how Group A kind of finished. Here is Group B, and see how that played out. You can see here Arsenal only taking away the 3 points from day 2. They had a big day to play, but unfortunately could not get the results they needed, so they will be the team left as the music stops in musical chairs without a chair, whereas they will not be featuring in the knockout stages. Big day though for the Turkish giants Galatasaray.
Yeah, on one hand, you had massive opportunities for Arsenal to really gain some points and kind of almost flatter to deceive at stages. On the flip side of that coin, it was the surprise package, I think, of the Group B, Galatasaray, that really came through, showed their mettle in match 2, took away 7 points and booked themselves a place into the quarterfinals.
Well, let's make it official then. After group play has all been done and dusted, here is how the 2 groups finished. As you can see, Manchester United and Arsenal, the only teams left outside of the knockout places come the end of group play. Celtic and Roma, because they have won their respective groups, have had a bye through to the semi-finals, which means Monaco, Bayern, Barcelona and Galatasaray each have a quarter-final to play. Wes, did you expect this kind of group table when we first drew these groups a couple of weekends ago? So we take a quick look at the top goal scorers so far.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, I think before a ball was kicked, was anticipating that Celtic topped their group. I don't think anybody would have predicted Roma top theirs. So I think, you know, for groups, for group toppers, it's a surprise. I think it's a little bit of a blessing and a curse. You've got, you know, a less game to play and you're through to the semi-finals, but that means you could potentially be cold going into a semi-final, whereas obviously the quarter-finalists will have that extra game. As you look at the goals table, you know, Barcelona still topping that in the top 2, Next are just kind of creeping into that slipstream in 3rd.
Yeah, the top goal-scoring charts, Semra, is absolutely littered with talents that we're no doubt going to see in the knockout stages today.
That it certainly is. And we have seen goals aplenty over the last few weekends, as we saw already in that long list of goal scorers with so many to their name. In fact, now it's time to announce who has actually won for best goal of the day for Group B.
Fati, Aubameyang, Depay, Pedri, Aubameyang! That is absolutely beautiful.
Buena suerte al Barça en el torneo de eFootball Championship Pro. ¡Vamos!
Well, there you have it. The winner for the best goal of the day for Group B on match day 2 was the Palma, someone who is actually leading the way in terms of the goal scoring charts with 12 to his name. He scored plenty, but this one was an absolute beaut. It was the third in his game against for Roma, and in fact, it was the one that leveled the score at the time in the 60th minute. Unfortunately for the Palma, he would go on to lose this game 4-3. An absolute thriller, this one, with 7 goals in total. Now, the reason that we chose this one is for the following reason. Now, he generated a situation where the next attack is unpredictable for the opposing defender by using several pass and go movements. In the meantime, the Palma accurately found a free player and then was able to find the back of the net. It was a wonderful passing move, just like the real FC Barcelona themselves. And I think that's a pretty fair statement, isn't it, guys? When you see that the pass and go, the build-up, it really does resonate with so many real-life goals from FC Barcelona.
Yeah, we talk so much in this competition, Semra, about players who personify the clubs in which they represent, and the Palma is one of those players for Barcelona. As you said, reminiscent is this goal of the real world club, the way they like to play football, their philosophy. And the Palma here, Wes, is just, I think he's made Barcelona fans proud with this one, a well-deserving winner.
Yeah, we could talk at length of Barcelona's DNA in terms of tiki-taka passing and possession football. In terms of the technique on that goal, though, it's the ability to generate runners. And if you generate that many runners, you have the ability to find those passes. The Palma found an unbelievable goal. And I think at the time I described it as gorgeous. And it really was. You could probably hang it in the Louvre.
Well, there are your stats. Excuse me, we saw a quick glimpse there of the Palma stats so far this season. Semra, he's currently the leading goal scorer. Let's see if he can do it in the knockout stages today.
Let's see if he can do that indeed. I'm sure he'll be hungry to extend his lead at the top of the pile there. Well, let's actually catch up with the main man himself then and get his thoughts about this goal that, according to Wes, is so nice that they can hang in the Louvre. I'm sure he'll love that description, by the way. Just to let you all know, I will ask the questions in English, then translate it into Spanish, get his answer, and then translate it back into English. So first and foremost, I'll just ask him about how he's feeling after picking up this award today. De Palma, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo te encuentras hoy? Bienvenido, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Un momento para hablar sobre tu gol. ¿Cómo te encuentras? ¿Cómo te sientes después de haber ganado este premio? I'm not sure if he can hear me or not. I think we're having a little bit of technical issues, so I'm going to go ahead and try and ask him the same question again. De Palma, oye, ¿qué tal? ¿Me oyes bien?
Yeah. Sí,
Ahora
sí,
sí,
bien,
¿no?
bien.
Ahora sí, perfecto. Pues primero, bienvenido, enhorabuena. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Me siento muy feliz, muy agradecido, la verdad. La verdad que pensaba que el gol de mi compañero Alex también era espectacular, pero al final me lo han dado a mí. Pero da igual realmente, o sea, lo importante es que gane el equipo y ya está.
So he says that he's very happy. He feels very appreciative for having won this. In fact, he thought that his teammate Alex had an even nicer goal, but at the end of the day, he's very happy for winning this. And the most important thing is that the team wins. De Palma, entonces háblame un poco de este gol, porque estábamos hablando de cómo nos recuerda mucho a los goles del Barça de verdad. Un poco de tiki-taka, mucha posesión. Es muy bonito lo que acabas de hacer. ¿Cómo lo has hecho?
Normalmente suele ser mi estilo de juego, tocar mucho, intentar abrir el campo para que el rival en algún momento tenga algún hueco para poder meter los pases y normalmente suele ser mi estilo de juego.
So I asked him about how we were talking earlier with the guys, the fact that it reminded us so much of these real-life goals from FC Barcelona, and he said that it very much is his style of play. He likes to move the ball around, to pass it around, to circulate it, to find those spaces, and to actually replicate a lot of what we do see in the real life. Well, De Palma, muchísimas gracias. Enhorabuena de nuevo. Espero que eso te ayude para empezar bien el día y muchísima suerte hoy.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Right, so I was just thanking him there and wishing him the best of luck for what is in store and what lies ahead for him and for his teammates later on today. But now we can actually move on to see who won the same awards for Group A in this case.
Here is the league table then in Group A. We'll give United the impetus to go above Bayern, but they might even get more points here with Bruno Fernandes! A huge goal for United's season!
Glory, glory, Man United.
Go for it, Reds.
Go for it, Reds.
Go for it, Reds.
Well, there you have it. The winner for the best goal of the day, match day 2, of course, that is for Group A, is Cams in his game against Celtic, against Kills-You. He was doing very well. It was the one and only goal for him in that game, but unfortunately, he just let those 3 points slip through his fingers. In the dying seconds of the game, it ended 1-1 in the end, and a share of the spoils then had to be dished out to these two respective players. Having said that, the reason that we chose this particular goal is for the following reason. It's not flashy, but he was very calm and always carried the ball far away from the opposing defender. Now, I think that speaks volumes, guys, to how it's not just about always scoring the most beautiful, the most mouth-watering, the tastiest type of goals, but there's also different moments in different goals that are important for other kinds of reasons.
Yeah, you're so right. It's all well and good, Semra, drilling these types of situations in practice and preparing for these types of competitions. But if you can't keep your head in the moment, whereas it can all fall apart. But right here, Cams was the coolest customer on the virtual pitch and took his time, found the lane and found the goal.
Yeah, it's all about composure. In these types of moments, yes, we talk about double touches and roulette moves and dummies and super cancels. It's all well and good. But in some situations, it doesn't call for it. Some situations, it just calls for you to be effective. And here it's one dummy, realistically. And it was Kills-You giving him space, which allowed that space to open up. But it's from a Cam's point of view, you have to assess that space. You see here, defender gets caught out, another defender gets caught out, and you can see that Kills-You knows that he's in trouble because he's scrambling, which is, we talk about the psychological side of things, that causes panic. If you do something your opponent's not expecting, it will cause panic in any defense.
Yeah, the vision and the forethought was there. We can take a look at the stats for Cams this season. Just the 4 goals. Unfortunately, Manchester United just fell short with essentially the final kick of the entire group stages. But Cams was a star for Manchester United this season. No doubt he will be featuring in iterations of this competition in the future with such strong performances as these, Semra. Looking forward to hearing what the man himself has to say about that goal, because he was the coolest man in the competition.
Well, we do hope that we will be able to speak to him at some stage today and get his thoughts about picking up this award, because I'm sure he would be very cool indeed in telling us how he feels about walking away with that prize. And as all of you know by now, we have been handing these prizes out over the last few weekends. We still have plenty more to give away as well. In the case of the best goal of the day for today, we'll be announcing that at the end of tomorrow. We have already awarded the best players of each group. That has gone to Celtic's captain, Kills-You, as well as Roma's captain, Urma. But whenever it comes to the MVP, that will be decided, of course, at the end of the day tomorrow, because there's still plenty more competition to go. Now, I can only imagine that each one of our esports players here in this competition will have done whatever they possibly can to make sure they can get their hands on these individual prizes and awards, and they would have done so by making good use of the eFootball Championship Pro Club packs, which do include 11 players who have had a sensational sensational 2021-22 campaign from Europe's prestigious clubs, and the good news is that all of them have been upgraded so that they can have an immediate boost and an immediate impact on all of your squads. And the even better news is that they are available for purchase for your mobile and for your console as well. So having said that, let's go ahead and take a look at one of these club packs.
¿Qué te ha convertido en el jugador que eres hoy?
Pues te diría que la disciplina, ¿no? de todos los días, intentar trabajar más, mejorar, mirar lo que has hecho bien y lo que no, y sobre todo escuchar a la gente de la Masía, ¿no?
The connection I have with this club is since I was born. My grandfather made me a member the day I was born. It's my 35th year being a member.
I had a lot of fun growing up in the Netherlands, playing football with friends, and also in the academies. How you grow up, I think it influences you a lot. I think I'm a midfielder who likes to touch the ball a lot, to be involved in the game and to set up the play before a goal.
Siempre intento pues pensar antes de recibirlo, tener ya la jugada un poco pensada, pero es verdad que muchas veces en el campo pues no te da tiempo a pensar y tienes que hacer lo primero que te salga.
I will describe me as a positive man, always smiling, because when you smile, you score goals. That's it.
Esto es lo que me hace ser
The player I am today.
Get the Barcelona pack now.
Well, that is one top-class club pack, and there are plenty more, of course, that we'll be sharing with you throughout the day. But it's very cool, isn't it, to see the players themselves talk about their skill sets and to see how that is then incorporated into gameplay. I mean, this is quite something, isn't it, guys? What are some of the other details that everybody watching with us, all the eFootball players out there, that they need to know about these club packs and premium club packs?
Well, I think the important thing, Semra, is to take note about how these professional players within the eFootball Championship Pro this season have been utilising some of these items. We can see some of them on screen now, but Wes, one of the big stars from these packs, as you can see, premium club packs from Barcelona, United and Bayern, Manchester United, that is. And then, of course, you have the standard packs from Arsenal, Roma, Celtic, Galatasaray and Monaco. Roma, basically the team we've seen utilize these items the most, with Tammy Abraham up top. He's a huge boost to this Roma team.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Roma's game plan overall, when you look at the players that they've had Mancini, they've had Zaniolo, and they've had Abraham. They've built themselves a spine out of these players, and have then utilized the players who they already had to great effect around them. So again, if you can build a spine with these types of players, you know, maybe looking forward for, you know, if you are looking at it at home in terms of the eFootball Championship Open, it might be something you might look to replicate if you're looking to go down that road, is try and build a spine out of those players and then look at the players you have around them to slot those guys in.
Well, it's a good thing you brought up the eFootball Championship Open, because that is starting in just a couple of days' time on Monday. So if you're interested in participating in that competition, I mean, some of these items are must-haves. So make sure you're getting your hands on these and making sure, of course, that you are ready to participate in Monday's competition. And we could be commentating over you in the finals. But that's not the only thing you can do to participate this season. We have a couple of campaigns for the people at home to take a look at. The first, of course, is going to be the victory giveaway campaign. All the eFootball Championship Pro clubs this season have participated in this campaign to bring you, the people at home, items for every single time that they win a game. That is not one match, that is one game within a match. So make sure you are supporting your clubs, keeping an eye every single time they win a game to their social media, because they can be bringing you these items. You could win some of these items you see on screen every single time these participating clubs win a game. That is, of course, not the only campaign we've been running this season. Konami have been running alongside this the viewing campaign, where you can earn 500 eFootball points to try and bolster your squad just by tuning into the match streaming service. Make sure, of course, you do this from within the game, otherwise it will not count. However, make sure you tune in. 500 eFootball points could be yours. And who knows, you could bag yourself some exclusive items in the game using those points as well, Semra. I mean, you'd be silly not to participate in this.
You would would be, wouldn't you? I certainly think it's a great way to get involved and to get your hands on some really delicious goodies there. And Harry, I'm so nice to see that you're feeling so generous in giving away all of these prizes as well. So I hope everyone has been sitting up and taking notice and listening in and knowing exactly what it is that you have to do in order to get your hands on some of those prizes. Right, well, let's go ahead and move on then into the main attraction for the day, and that is, of course, the eFootball games and matches. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's in store for match day 3 in the quarterfinals and the semifinals.
Let's just get the knockouts underway. I can't wait for this.
Going to be blockbuster.
Barcelona versus Bayern will be a mammoth affair to join Celtic in that semi-final draw.
Our first goal was to be the first in the group, but I'm sure this week we will be trying to score the goals.
There was a lot of pressure, but we are Bayern, of course. We'll be more than ready for the knockout stages.
I'll be licking my lips at the thought of that Barcelona versus Bayern Munich tie.
Monaco face Galatasaray for a chance at the semi-finals.
We qualify from the group of the day, but the most important is known, and I hope we will win.
We have the potential to beat every player in this tournament. We will try to show our game on the pitch, also in the knockout stage.
Join Roma in the final 4.
Celtic, they go straight through to the semi-finals. They'll be playing the winner of Barcelona and Bayern München.
We make all to make Celtic at the top. For sure, we always want more.
I hope we will do very good results next week.
AS Roma are the ones that will be going straight into the semi-finals and will find themselves up against the likes of Monaco or Galatasaray.
Now we are in semi-final, top 4 in Europe. We can win this competition.
I'm going to be keeping my eyes on in the knockout stages, Semra.
That's the danger. It's now out of your hands. All your games are played. All of it's done. It's now in your hands. Knockout phase football now, folks. It's anybody's.
It's anyone's indeed, which is why it makes it all the more exciting. And then there were 6, of course. And we're going to take a look at just who those 6 clubs are and how they will be lining up for today. We are really in for quite some thrilling encounters, I would say. We've got what Wes was saying in the video there. He's licking his lips with delight for this one. FC Barcelona against FC Bayern München. That is the first quarterfinal. The second quarterfinal will be AS Monaco against Galatasaray. Of course, the winner of those 2 respective matches will then head on into the semi-finals, where they will find themselves against Celtic in the first semi-final and then Roma in the second one. So it's all to play for today as well as tomorrow, of course, because everybody wants to make it to the grand finale. So how would you say you're feeling about these teams' chances for today? And beyond that, what might be some of the strategies in terms of how they're going to field their players and in what order they'll be doing so?
Well, it's a very interesting question, Semra, and I think it's the one on all of our minds today, because the switch up in format for the knockout stages, Wes, means we're now playing a best of 3 games. That means if you win the first 2 games, that third game doesn't matter. You don't have to play it because you've already won the best of 3. So with that in mind, these teams still locked at Dream Team rating 2,300. However, because we need a winner in each of these 3 games, we will be going to extra time and penalties if needed. So with that in mind, Wes, I want to ask the same question that Semra just asked. What do you do here? Do you put your best players first? Do you save them for a little bit later down the stretch? This is where squad depth really matters.
Yeah, and it's about that trust between teammates. It's, do you front load it and do you put your perceived 2 strongest players at the front, or do you backload it and have them kind of almost like the anchor leg in a relay race? The issue becomes, though, is that, like you said, it's you win 2, you're through. If you lose the 2, you're out. So you are almost in a position where you have to front load, which I think we'll probably see from a lot of these teams today, because they'll go, right, we need these 2 wins, get us through as early as possible. Means we don't have to play a third game, means that the third player is also then fresh. The issue then becomes, though, of course, if they lose their first game, it's one of their strongest players, you're looking to players to bring you through, and then it adds a whole different dynamic and a whole different type of pressure. So I think we're going to see a lot of kind of gamesmanship between teams today, certainly with what teams they're going to play against.
Yeah, I mean, best of 3s combined with knockout football, Semra. It could not be set up more perfectly for us here today.
It certainly does make things very nervy, doesn't it? I know that I'm sitting on the edge of my seat here with anticipation to see how it all plans out. So let's go ahead and move on then to our first matchup of the day between 2 Titanic clubs who have one thing in common, and that is the initials. The 2 FCBs is FC Barcelona versus FC Bayern München.
To play quarterfinals against one of the best clubs in this league, Bayern München, and one of the best team. We prepared well, we're training every day, so it will be tough games, and I hope we can go to the next round.
We are confident. Of course, our aim is to win the competition. Facing Football Club Barcelona is going to be really tough, as they are one of the best teams. So it's not going to be easy, but of course we want to be ready. We are going to be ready. And I'm really confident of myself and my partners, and I'm sure that we can do it.
It won't be easy, but it will be thrilling. I am sure of that. And that, of course, is because these are 2 historic giants of football that have plenty of legendary players amongst their ranks, just like the legendary cards that you can find in your premium club packs. We saw earlier what was on offer from FC Barcelona. Let's take a look then at what is also involved for FC Bayern Munich whenever it comes to these premium club packs. Looks very good indeed. And I tell you what else looks very good is the fact that we're about to kick off our first matchup of the day. So let's go ahead and see who's going to be involved in game 1. We were talking about strategies and approaches, and it looks as though it's going to be the 2 captains. Oh, I can hear Harry in the background there. Be great to get his actual verbal thoughts in a moment, just besides the sounds that he's making there. But we've got 2 captains. They're going to be coming out swinging in the palm, and we already said it, 12 goals, the leading scorer, scooping up awards, one of the players of the competition so far. Then you've got Jose as well, even though scoring a fair amount less, and an even spread of the results, a win, a draw, and a loss. Don't be fooled. This is going to be a fabulous matchup. We'll get to the analysis in a moment. I just want to also take a quick second to remind you all about our wonderful referee, Sergio Barra, who's going to be with us again today and tomorrow, and he's very much focused and laser locked in to making sure that everybody follows the rules of the tournament and comply as well. So guys, going back to that first matchup, I've obviously got to get your reaction then. Harry, I think we heard it from you, but Wes as well. This is both teams coming out swinging. It's exactly maybe what we could have expected based on what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, we were wondering where the money was going to be put on the proverbial table, whether or not you'd keep some aside. But no, both these teams putting out their captains first to lock horns, Wes. It could not. I know I say this every week, but it could not be more perfectly set up for us here.
Yeah, I will translate that audible sound that you made into an adjective. Tasty. That's exactly what this game is. Both captains leading the charge in knockout stages, in knockout football. This has got all the makings of an absolute classic.
Yeah, that it does. Thank you so much, of course, to Semra in the studio, making sure we are on our way through the knockout stages, which are just moments away. Kicking off quarter-final number 1, Barcelona taking on Bayern München. I don't need to say much more than that, but unfortunately my job means that I have to. These two players, Jose and the Palmer, two standouts for their teams with very different, contrasting ways to this stage, whereas the Palmer and Barcelona flew through the group stages, however Bayern on the other side. It was essentially a great escape. They needed to wait until the final game of the final match of the entire group stage to book their place here, but the important thing is they've made it here, and they're kicking us off here, left to right.
Yeah, I think if you're a Bayern Munich fan, it doesn't matter how you got here. You got here. That's the main thing. You've got one of those top 3 spaces. Of course, as you were talking about Barcelona, free scoring at will. And we haven't quite yet seen the best of Bayern Munich, which would be, I would say, probably a worry to the rest of the competition as a whole, because we know that on their day, Jose, Mestre, Alex can all put in brilliant games of eFootball. So this might be one for the books here.
Early corner then to Bayern. Swung in towards Lewandowski. No connection made there. The worry for Bayern fans is that the man controlling and captaining the Barcelona club has been free scoring. Leading goal scorer of the entire competition so far with 12 goals is the Palmer. But we've seen Jose pull out some great performances in the past. Most recently against a 3-time world champion in Uzmakabeel.
Yeah, I think the other thing to note from the Palmer's performances last week was that he can be caught and he can have goals conceded. We saw it against, I think it was Roma, it was last week, where shipped 4 in against Roma. So he can be got at. It's just a case of whether Jose has the technical kind of nuances to make that happen.
Sabitzer with a stunning cross straight at Neto in the Barcelona goalkeeper strip, of course, the home strip for the Catalan club. The changed all white of Bayern München. If you're just joining us, I'm going to be reminding you of this throughout the day, but this is now a best of 3 games. We will go to extra time and penalties if it is still drawn at the end of 90 and 120 respectively, but changes the complexion of these matches. There's no points up for grabs now. It's all about just winning 2 of the 3 matches. And you will advance here in the knockout stages. First real chance to canter forward here for the Palmer. Given the ball away though, opening 20 has been pretty solid if you're a Bayern fan.
Please turn your attention to the screen for information provided by the local police.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're really sorry about what's been going on for the last few minutes or so. We've had a power outage and had some issues with our electricity over here, but it's all sorted, so that is the good news. We can get back to the action, back to the game at hand, and the players themselves are patiently waiting, so thank you as well for that to the Palma and Jose. They're at halftime, they've made the changes, they're ready to get going again, so let's take you back then into game one for for all of you in store, because and I cannot apologize enough or thank you all enough for staying here with us and for being patient as we try very, very hard and efficiently to get things back up for you. Having said that, I think the players are also on standby. They have made their changes. It was halftime whenever we had this power outage, so they are at least ready and waiting to go into the second half of the match. It was 0-0 in case you missed it, so it was a bit of a cagey affair with nothing really happening in terms of the goals or anybody taking a lead or anybody taking some important points going into game two. So we'll see, as everything is yet to be decided in the final 45 in-game minutes between FC Barcelona and FC Bayern München. Hey everyone, it's me again, here to give you some very, very good news. Finally, we have everything in working order, which means that we can get back to the game at hand. It was FC Barcelona against FC Bayern München, the Palma against Jose. The two of them, you can see they're very nervous with the game at hand because it's still goalless between them at halftime, so all is to be decided in the second half. Harry Wes, let's see what's in store.
Yes, thank you very much, Semro. We've said that knockout football can bring with it a whole bunch of nerves. That obviously extends to the power as well in our studio, Wes. But the important thing is these players are very sporting, waiting for us. We haven't missed a goal so far. That's what I'm most pleased about, because we now kick off the second half of game one of our first quarter-final. And it is still 0-0 between the Palma and Jose. Of course, thank you all very much at home, wherever you're watching us, for your patience as we tackle some of these technical gremlins. But, Wes, now let's put ourselves in the minds of the players. You've had a bit of an extended break, a bit more than you'd maybe have anticipated at this stage of the match. Do you think that's going to be playing in one of these players' favours, or do you think it's as you were to kick off this second half?
Well, I think it's as you were, in the sense that, you know, both of them had the kind of the stoppage, as it were. Both of them had the same type of things to deal with. So, you know, again, it's then going to be a case of how you combat that extended break. It might give you a bit of time to refresh. It might give you a bit of time to just kind of relax. I mean, we saw, at least from the stats, and we saw from some of the gameplay that we were kind of watching whilst we were waiting for power to be restored, that Jose was dominating possession. I think it was 69% worth at half-time. So, again, whether he can kind of get himself back into that rhythm, or whether the extended break may have dislodged him.
Well, it is Barcelona, and their captain, the Palma, attacking from left to right here. Of course, as you said, Jose in the first half, lots of the ball. That's something the Palma is going to have to be very wary of, because the more Jose grows into this game, the more he's going to try and carve out a chance with his Bayern München team that could potentially win this first game. A reminder, this is best of 3 territory now. Extra time and penalties if needed, but we need a winner in each of the games you see today.
Something to keep your eye on as well. Just underneath where you can see our two players' cameras are the stamina bars. This will be where it starts to come into effect, because, you know, you can starve your opponent of the ball, but, you know, it's not going to go to a draw anymore. It's extra time, so you've got to be smarter with how you use that stamina.
The Palma so good in and around these areas, but that's a bit of a misplaced pass. Might just spring a Bayern counter-attack here. Koeman on this near side. Can potentially get a delivery in. Double touch unsuccessful, and Sergio Busquets here for the Palma can bring the ball away, but it will only result in a throw-in in his own territory. We see the possession statistics just flash up there for a moment. 61%. It's coming down, but Bayern still with most of the ball here.
Yeah, it's about the quality of where that possession is. I think a lot of the Palma's possession is coming from regaining the ball and trying to make something work, and you can see he's starting to make little inroads as and where he can.
Depay lays it off to Dembele, trying to cut inside, but as we approach the final 20 minutes of this game one, not a whole lot of chances to be spoken of. The occasion certainly getting to these two Spaniards here to kick off the knockout stages. Aubameyang now maybe slip in. I think that was Depay through the middle. Now Sane. Goals at this stages, these types of stages of the match are absolutely like gold dust with 15 in-game minutes to go. So who will stick? Who will twist? It's Aubameyang regaining possession of the ball here. Memphis, though, unable to get in behind, but it will trickle through for a corner.
Yeah, and kind of good news if you're a Barcelona fan. The Palmer's starting to get more upfield, starting to get more of a cutting edge going forward. You can see that their formation almost mirroring each other, as we can see on both sides. 3-5-2 being deployed, and you can see it's almost to kind of potentially match their opponent. You know, you look at the players that are on show here, of course, as well. It's hard to balance it to make sure that you stay underneath that 2,300 team strength level, that collective strength level. You have to, you know, manage your team accordingly, and that's what these guys are doing.
Almost swung in quickly.
Coming on to replace him is...
See those trademark subs, Braithwaite and Traore introduced here for Barcelona. Final 10 in-game minutes approaching. Who will carve out the first real chance we've seen? Lewandowski trying to get in behind here, goes for goal straight away. So called into action, and it will be a corner to the Bavarians.
But it's like we've said, you know, at this stage of the competition, these guys will have seen each other play and will have seen each other and know what each other are capable of in those situations. Now is the time to try and do something a little bit different. Take that first time shot rather than try a dummy or a double touch or trying to shift your weight inside. Instead, take it on Lewandowski's strong foot, try and force a save out of the goalkeeper, and they've done well to recoup it to a corner here.
Fatty at the near post gets the corner away, but for the Palmer, he's been in free and fine goal-scoring form this season. Jose here has well and truly nullified that, but there's still time left on the clock. One ball looking for Aubameyang, I believe that was, is just mistimed and will grant possession. Quite far up the pitch, actually, for an offside call here to Jose. Into the final 5 minutes. A reminder, if it stays this way at the end of regulation time, we will be going to extra time. We need winners from each of the games you will see today. And oh, Joshua Kimmich has just been sent off. I missed that one, Wes. That must have been a second yellow.
It must have been. I think it's caught everybody off guard there. I think, you know, again, slightly cynical on the halfway line as a challenge, but not. It must have been a second booking. But again, now, you know, in previously in the group stage, we'd look at this and go, oh, okay, well, you know, you can grind this out for the last 5 minutes of the game. Now it becomes a completely different story. It's now a case of you're going to have potentially 5 minutes and then potentially extra time and penalties. So it becomes a whole different dynamic. Sendings off now are kind of more of a talking point than they've been previously.
So Bayern down to 10 men. Might that be the spurring on that the Palmer needs here?
2 added minutes has been indicated.
On the other side, Jose will certainly want to try and keep this one steady, maybe play 4 penalties here. But there's a long way to go. It's the final attack of game 1. In regular time at least will go towards the Palmer. Here is Braithwaite. Pass to Gavi is no good. And we are headed, Wes, in our first game of the knockout stages into extra time. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, there's a big man missing in the top left-hand corner of that Dream Team sheet.
Yeah, and I would say to those at home, if you thought that the previous match days were long, strap yourselves in, get yourselves a large drink, get yourself some popcorn and a blanket. We're going to be here a while, because I think these games will get more cagey as time goes on. You can tell that nobody wants to give an inch. So I think that a lot of these games, touch wood, at least from our point of view, they might just go to extra time penalties further on.
Hear the distinctive voice of Alex Aguathil there, just towards the end of that short break, just giving Jose a bit of advice. And a question to you, Wes. It's a bit of a trivial one, so I'm not sure if you'll know the question, but or the answer. I'll ask the question anyway. Now that Bayern are down to 10 and these Dream Team collective strengths are limited to 2,300, does that mean theoretically Jose could bring on some stronger players now that Kimmich is off the pitch, or would he still count towards that collective strength?
He would still count towards the collective strength, I believe. I've not studied it at length, but I would imagine I think that would be the case. However, even saying that, getting your team to a team or a collective strength of 2,300 in the first place, there might not necessarily be that many players to bring off the bench anyway, because I think a lot of these players will take probably the weakest players that they've got onto the bench to try and essentially make the best of what they can with that restriction. So I think on the Bayern Munich bench, I believe the only other player that was on there was Thomas Muller, so of note, who would be brought on to be able to influence the game. So it speaks a lot to how these teams manage their players. Do you go for a more balanced approach where you have a lot of players on the bench to bring subs on, or do you make it so that it's no one there?
Oh, that touchdown to Braithwaite, and the manual save was just as good. The first real opportunity of note, thanks to a lovely touchdown, was matched by a fantastic manual save.
It was the Dane Braithwaite, just broke through, and you could see the reaction from the Palmer. He knows how big that chance is, considering there's not been that many notable chances for Barcelona at this point. And again, a massive save from Jose. The danger's not over.
Corner had to be cleared, but the pressure's still on. Piqué stayed up. Traore on the turn, tries to get his strike away. Braithwaite will get the rub of the green and the strike away, but well, the first half of extra time is coming to a close, and 10 men of Bayern are holding strong for now. Second half to come, and surely at this point, Wes, surely Jose's mind has to be on penalties. There's no way he nicks a winner here, right?
Well, that's the $1 million question here. It's, can you potentially steal one with 10 men? But for the Palme, he hasn't really had, like I said, that many clear-cut chances. I mean, we keep seeing the Bayern Munich team, and to look at what you were saying in terms of the team strength, it looks as though it may have had a slight effect on that team strength, because I believe when we first looked at Jose's lineup, if my memory serves me correctly, it was 23.99. It's now 22.87. So maybe in between the substitute that he made earlier in the game plus that sending off, it may have had an impact. The issue becomes, of course, is you have to bank potentially on getting a sending off to potentially bolster your bench. So I don't think anybody wants to go with the mindset of going, right, minute one, we're going to get somebody sent off, and that's going to be the way we're going to go. Because if you look at the rest of the bench, that it's 58, 59 rated players, there's nobody of standard that you can bring off the bench outside of the Thomas Muller that's 82. So I think at that point, even if you do have that ability to bring on more powerful players, Bayern don't have that in the locker at the moment.
So second half of extra time has kicked off. A reminder, we need a winner in each of the games you will see today. So if it stays this way, penalties are where we're headed. Has the Bayern defender just touched the ball? I believe he has there before it's gone over the line. So that will be a corner to be taken now by Pedri. Driven in. Busquets will reclaim the second ball. It's fired across the face, and it'll be another corner here, Wes.
Yeah, bit of sustained pressure. Again, it's you know, as we've seen how devilish these corner kicks can be, it's about whether you can put the right delivery in and get the right result. And Jose seems to be kind of beating these corners away from his goal, but the danger is not quite over yet.
Siege mentality here for Bayern. There's no doubt they will come under heavy pressure as De Palma tries to push the advantage here. There will be a break on the cards for Jose. The problem is he's committed so many men forward now. It's left him a little shortchanged at the back. Braithwaite. Upamancano has done incredibly well there, and that will just cool the jets for now. To the 120th minute, we will have, of course, added time. I can't imagine there being much though. Yeah, not a single minute added on, so maybe the last attack of the period will go to Bayern, but the referee has seen enough. The ball not advanced up the pitch enough to play on. So our first game of the knockout stages had a bit of everything, Wes, apart from goals. We'll be headed to spot kicks to decide this one.
It's our first penalty shootout, our first game of the day as well to involve a penalty shootout. And again, it's going to be, how does your nerve hold up?
So we start the shootout. It will be Bayern to kick first. Lewandowski steps up and is saved. Advantage already to Barcelona to take the lead in the shootout. Steps up Aubameyang, and that one is saved as well. Great goalkeeping on display here. So Bayern with their second is tucked away nicely. Neto sent the wrong way. Now it's Braithwaite to try and keep pace with the Bayern penalties. Goes the same way. One apiece here. And this could go either way. Sane, a lot of power on it, and it is just past the hand of the Barca keeper. Fati to step up. It's a long run up and it's off the bar, off the post. So much power. That's going to give the advantage now to Bayern München. Müller with the power and the placement to make it 3. So Barcelona have to score this penalty. Adama Traore with the run up and tucks it away. If Bayern score this, they will win game 1. It is Leon Goretzka versus Neto. Hearts in mouths! Advantage Bayern in quarter-final number 1. Jose is taken down the leading goal scorer with 10 men. De Palma with a rare defeat in this competition puts Bayern in the driver's seat here, Wes. A nervy penalty shootout. Not too many highlights to speak of, but the important thing for Bayern fans is that their team now are in control of this match.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get there. In these scenarios, in knockout football, it doesn't matter how you get the beautiful manual save there. You can see that Palmer knew that that was the big opportunity he had to just get ahead in regulation. Just couldn't quite get there, and instead it's left to Leon Goretzka in the penalty shootout to fire it home. And again, it's it's kind of job half done for Bayern Munich. You've nullified the main attacking threat of Barcelona. The issue now becomes is there's potentially other threats coming down the stretch.
Well, Semra, we had power cuts, we had penalties, but it is the Bavarians who are in control of this tie now.
That they certainly are. We did have a power cut, in fact, in the entire city, so unfortunately it was completely out of our hands. But the good news is that we're back up and running. And thank goodness, because we needed to hear your dulcet tunes, the two of you, on commentary there. We missed you in that opening 45 minutes of Game 1, so I'm very delighted to have you both back with us. Having said that, let's go ahead and roll on into Game 2 then and not waste any more time, and we can see who's going to be lining up for this one between these two heavyweights. And it does seem as though there's going to be a very big, heavy hitter coming up, at least in the case of FC Barcelona, which we'll see here in just a moment. I'm just teasing it here because I do know who is going to be featuring, but we can't show you just yet. So while we're sitting tight, oh, there we go, now we can. So the news is out there, you have it. It's going to be Roxa against Mestre. Roxa is second in the goal scoring charts with 9 goals to his name. He's already scooped up a best goal award, and he's picked up loads of points for Barcelona, having won 2 and lost only 1. Having said that, he does share quite a fair in common with Mestre as well, who has also scored 9 goals so far this season. But on top of that, the only difference really between the two of them right now is the fact that he's undefeated. So from a psychological point of view, do you think that Bayern Munich, the Germans, they have a slight upper hand, considering that they're in the driving seat after the result of Game 1, but also because Mestre has yet to lose a game this season?
I think so. I think when you look at the scheme of best of threes and the way that knockout football kind of lends itself to these types of results, Wes, is that if you're in the driver's seat, the pressure's off, you can maybe start to try something new. You can start to put into practice some experimental tactics that you were thinking of. But I think the big takeaway from this Game 2 draw is that both clubs happy to put their strongest foot forward and work back from there. So we're seeing now Roxa and Mestre go head to head. I think these two arguably are two of the best players from their clubs.
Yeah, and that is the tactic that these two clubs are going with. Put your best two out there and then just see where the chips fall. I think at this point in time, I think if you're Bayern Munich, yes, you have a 1 game cushion, which I suppose is good in the standpoint of, if Mestre does lose this to Roxa, then at least there is a Game 3. But I think all the pressure transports itself to Barcelona now. You know, Roxa has got to come through for this Barcelona team, because, again, if he doesn't win this game, he's out, as is his team. Whereas, you know, we've seen it from Mestre, we've seen it from Bayern, that they have an ability to grind out results when they really need them. We saw it against Monaco. We've seen certainly in that first game where it was almost Operation Nullify the Parma, which was a complete success, because that's what they've been able to do. Here is a completely different prospect, is that we know how aggressive and how forward-thinking Roxa can be. It's a completely different animal coming down the stretch here.
I love that bit of synchronicity between the two players there, both scratching their chins, just pondering what type of game to expect ahead of them. Of course, thank you very much to Semra in the studio. We're moments away from kicking off Game 2. And a reminder, as you will be reminded most of today, these are now best of threes. Bayern have won the first game, so if they win either of the next 2 in this best of 3 series, they will advance into the semi-finals. So a lot on the line here for Mestre. He was the man they called upon, if I remember correctly, against Guifera to get them to this stage to complete the great escape of Group A. And he's kicking off here from left to right. So on the other side for Barcelona, 1-0 down in the series. They're calling upon the new signing, Roxa, European champion on national duty with Serbia. And that was a 1v1 competition as well. So it's going to be tough here for Mestre. He's going to have his wits about him, and similarly for his opponent here, Roxa, as well. Swung in towards that back post very dangerously indeed, but the ball will overturn possession to Barcelona.
Yeah, you can tell just even in the opening stretches of this game, it gets the feeling that this is going to be a far more open prospect than I think we were giving it credit for in the first game. First game was a little bit cagey, was a little bit kind of ropey, for lack of a better adjective, in the sense of it was happening, the game was, whereas I think this one is going to be a little bit more forward thinking, be a little bit more open, and I don't think we'll see as conservative a play here, because I think from Mestre's point of view, he'll know that the gaps are there should he be able to find the space.
And on Rox's side, he's not the type to back off from a challenge, so he's going to be stepping up to the plate very nicely here for Barcelona, which should lend us for a very nice quarter-final game 2. 10 minutes have gone already. The referee's seen something he hasn't liked, but before that, most of the forward play came from the Bayern side here in their changed white strip. Nervy times in these knockout stages, and Roxa gets his stunning strike away first time. Blocked by the Bayern defence, but we will see a lot of unforced errors, I feel, today, and it will be the players and the teams who can limit those as Roxa goes for a strike. Very optimistic indeed. It will be those players, Wes, who can keep their nerve and limit the unforced errors that will find the most success today.
Yeah, it's going to be competing and putting your best foot forward and putting your best game together in high-pressure stakes. And it's going to be a case of limiting your errors as much as you can and then capitalising on anything that comes from your opponent. Because at this level of eFootball, any unforced error, it's almost like a gift to these guys. They will capitalise on anything and everything they can.
20 minutes gone. Bayern 0, Barcelona 0. Of course, all to play for in the knockout stages. Still in the quarter-finals, however. This stage of the competition, you cannot afford to lose your head, you cannot afford to lose the games, and you certainly can't afford to lose any goals against you. Which is why we may see some of these nervy affairs. Barcelona backed against the wall after that penalty loss in game 1. With most of the ball here, Wes.
Yeah, they seemingly seem to be going at each other. Both teams seem to be kind of trying to make the most of the possession that they're having. I think we're seeing kind of defensive blocks as and where the ball seems to be breaking down with that final pass. We just seem to be seeing defensive blocks. So both teams really looking to get that first goal and make the statement.
Lewandowski turning in the box, and it's taken a wicked deflection. Almost to the detriment of the Barcelona defence, but they've survived that scare. Speaking of, we saw just a moment there the finishing table in Bayern's group. They left it very late indeed. But Mestre stepping up against Guifera. Man with 2 world titles to his name. Allows Bayern München to participate in this stage of the competition. With 10 minutes to go till half-time, such a strong player to field in a game 2 is Mestre, isn't he, Wes? Because he's already come up in the clutch for the club. And they find themselves now 1 game away from featuring in the semi-finals this season.
Yeah, you talk about players that you'd want. These two are up on the top of the very top of the list.
Kingsley Coleman has struck in the first goal. The first goal in the knockout stages in regular time goes to Bayern München. And it's a huge one because, as we just said, Wes, one game away from featuring in our semi-finals.
You can see there, just managed to just shake off the defender with that through ball. You'll see it again here. It's a crucial moment in the tie, crucial moment in the game as well. Titi just doesn't really get across his man at all. Coman sticks that willingly in the back of the net. And we'll see the celebration from Mestre, very happy to get a lead. And again, you'll need it. You will certainly need it at this point. 6 minutes to go here. Game's not over though. Let's put that in perspective. It is a goal. It is the first goal that we've seen. It's just now a case of, if you're Mestre, do you try and press ahead and get another one, or do you try and kind of tuck your tail and hope that you can hold out against Roxa, because Roxa will be itching to get down the other end of the field and do some damage of his own.
He will. Still an entire half to play. So definitely worth remembering, as you said, Wes, a lot of eFootball still to be played here. For now, it is advantage Bayern München. He's still coming forward here, Mestre. Gnabry calls ter Stegen into action, and Lewandowski is cleared off the line. It's still coming at Barcelona here. Goretzka, Gnabry cannot find Lewandowski, and a frantic end to the first half, of which Barcelona and Roxa, they really survived. They were hanging on there.
Yeah, it got to that point. There was a very good chance. I think Roxa just called the keeper out just a little bit too early, and it presented half a chance to Mestre.
Well, we can take a little listen to what the players have to say to each other here. Of course, teammates alongside Roxa and Mestre. Well, the second half is now underway. If it stays this way at full time, Bayern are on their way to the semi-finals. What do Roxa and Barcelona have to say about that, if anything? That's what we'll find out in the next 45 minutes. As Barca come at Bayern München from left to right.
Yeah, if you're Roxa, you're probably looking to keep the ball on the ground and really use the pace and the dribbling expertise and the passing expertise that this Barcelona side have. If you're Bayern Munich, you're probably going to try and go a little bit aerial, maybe test Gerard Piqué out the back. Free kick given there. See Roxa feeling that might have been slightly soft.
Yeah, much to Roxa's disdain, the referee has given a free kick in a very promising area, which I think is perfect for, as you were saying, to test the physical strength of the likes of Lewandowski. But that one will not cut the mustard there for Mestre, and I think he knows that one. Bit of a mishit from his player there.
Yeah, that one's certainly not making the scrapbook for passages of play from Bayern Munich this season. But again, at this point in time, they have the lead. So it's, we've said this countless times before, game stats will tell you only part of the story. The real story gets written with, what the scoreline is. That's the real takeaway.
Lewandowski through the middle, feeding Gnabry as well. Back to Lewandowski, and oh, it's wide. Agonisingly wide of the target. Anywhere would have done there from Lewandowski, but it goes horribly, horribly wrong, and it could have doubled the lead there for Bayern.
Yeah, we spoke at length a little bit. I think it was when Gnabry slid in, almost in a very similar kind of position for Mestre against Guifera. We talked about those sorts of finishes, that they can be inconsistent, and that just goes to show that on one day they will nest in the back of the net, and the other ones they will sail wide. So
a third, or should I say 2/3 of the Game 2 already gone. Barcelona backs against the wall. De Jong looking for Fati, and no! No, 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 not another one. Roxa up out of his seat, and I tell you what, I'm not far behind him, because that one, whereas as we take a listen to the players, should have been a goal.
O lo haces muy rápido o espera un pelín y lo tienes. Vamos, vamos, confía en ti. Atento en defensa y arriba la vas a ganar. Vamos, vamos.
Solo vive de tus errores. Vamos, nene, eres muy superior. Vamos, estás jugando de locos.
Spanish is not quite what it used to be, but the word rapido is talking about speed, and that's what they're asking here is, has this Barcelona side got more pace than the Bayern Munich defence? And more importantly, where are those substitutions going to be? You're needing the quicker players at this point. Again, we go back to that opportunity. It was a great find across the box. But again, we talk again about these first-time finishes, and you know, it's epitomised there again.
Oh, Dembele in behind the defence here, and he's been wrestled to the floor as well. Referee unmoved, and you can see what Roxa thinks about that. Certainly more chances to be found here in Game 2. There might be another one here if Robert Lewandowski has stayed onside, which he has. Thomas Muller to play it across to Lewandowski. Goalkeeper needed. Both players starting to find their feet here in the quarterfinals. This one a real chance.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the audio that we could hear, that my Spanish is a little bit rusty. Of course, we have Semra in the studio who's giving us a little bit of a kind of a translation there, that the guys are just telling him to keep his confidence up and to keep it going, and that he can be, you know, he's in the ascendancy, he needs to keep it going, which I would agree. You know, you are 1-0 up, you haven't got to do too much at this point, but there's 20 minutes to go, just keep that pressure on. But again, Roxa is creating chances, which it's you know, alarm bells are certainly ringing for Bayern, which I think it might be lending itself to why his teammates, you know, why Mestro's teammates are leaning in and going, look, you're still in the ascendancy, you're still winning, keep it going, you're doing better than Roxa is. Don't want necessarily to be true, of course, because we're seeing chances go either end.
Aubameyang almost sneaking in there. Bayern München just over 15 in-game minutes away from a spot in the semi-finals. Another reminder for you, best of 3 is what we are playing here in the knockout stages. Memphis Depay, Dembele, it's just not coming off here. His advantage is played, and I think it's in the favour of Bayern. Got to go for it here if you're Roxa. There is no ifs, no buts, no coconuts. You have to get a result here to keep Barcelona in with a chance in this quarter-final. And I think these changes here, Wes, are going to signify Roxa's intent to go for it.
Yeah, well, we're seeing Bayern just try and afford a wide option there, maybe with the design of clearing it down the line to Koeman, just to maybe try and eke out some time. You can see the defensive red wall that is being built by Bayern Munich here. I let out a chuckle more for the fact that this is exactly the type of thing that I would do if I was playing at home. If you are in the ascendancy and you are trying to grind out a result, you will try and defensively reinforce yourself as much as you can. Of course, the issue then becomes, of course, if you concede, it's hard to break out of that mentality once you're in it. So I think, you know, Mestre, gotta be a little bit careful here.
Donde está Uva es donde está Lucas, ¿no?
Esta uva es donde está, es tu parte derecha, ¿vale?
Sí,
donde lo que tengas tú a la derecha. Exacto, Lucas.
Sí, exacto a eso, que el Mora tiene más músculo. Y si hay que tirarlo, se tira, ¿eh? Tú sabes dónde está Rico, ¿eh? Confía en ti. Sabes hacer esto, ¿eh? Vamos, son solo 10 minutos. Poco.
The trio of Spaniards then in their 3rd season with Bayern München. 10 in-game minutes away from a semi-final spot All Mestre has to do here is hang on. He might even go for it as Koeman has Lewandowski in the middle. Tried to play it towards Gnabry, I believe, but that's just going to give the ball back to Roxa. It's looking like one-way traffic at this point.
He keeps going to that out ball down the right-hand side of Kingsley Coman, but again, got to be careful about it coming back down the other way. So where they can take advantage of this. If you're Roxa, you've got to try and figure out, unlock this defence.
PK joining the attack from the back here as well. Aubameyang plays it across, waiting was Depay, but that's going to kill off a lot of time here in game 2. And Gnabry salvaged this. The bounce is too high, so that might just give Roxa one last chance here. If there's a time to find a goal, it has to be now. Look at the bodies forward here. But instead it's going to come the other way. Or will it? Final chance for Barcelona. Aubameyang. Pedri plays it across and it's over the bar. And that will signal full time. Mestre survives. Bayern survive. Roxa absolutely livid. But Bayern, as they did in the group stages, have survived another scare. They will defeat Barcelona 2-0 and advance to the semi-finals thanks to this goal by Kingsley Coman.
Yeah, it's the finest of margins. It's a penalty shootout victory and a solitary goal. But, you know, again, as we echoed throughout the commentary, it doesn't matter how you get there, it's so long as you get there. And I think looking at it, again, Bayern, you just see there, he just didn't quite lock on to where his player was, and it gave that slightest of opportunities to Kingsley Coman. And again, taking it with absolute aplomb. Bayern will be delighted into the semi-finals. And if memory serves me correctly, they've only got the small matter of playing Celtic, which will be an absolute barn burner. But yeah, full credit to Mestre and to Jose for grinding those results out. And I think Barca will maybe look at some of those chances that were just missed. And we talk about just missed, it's finest of margins.
Oh, there were a few for both sides. I think the 1-0 scoreline maybe, or definitely doesn't tell the full story. This was one that could have been blasted in by Ansu Fati, but it's just high and wide. We saw what the Serbian there controlling Barcelona thought about that one. This one from Mestre would have been much better as well. Lewandowski straight at the keeper, but Wes, it's the final one. It's this one here that signalled full time. That will be the one that Mestre will be happiest about, and one that Roxa, I think, will be very, very disappointed with. Unfortunately for Barcelona, group stage was incredible, Semra, but it's in the knockout stages where it matters, and it is once more a fantastic opportunity to applaud Bayern München. They will advance to the semi-finals.
How the script has flipped and how a week can change your momentum, your dynamics, your performances. Last week we were talking about a Bayern München that barely managed to scrape their way through into the knockout rounds. And then here today you had Roxa and the Palma between them. 21 goals as the two top scorers in the competition thus far, and neither of them managed a goal from open competition in either of these two games. It really is astonishing. They've gone from one extreme to the other, both of these two clubs. It really is something to see, and I think it's great for Bayern München in terms of the emotional advantage that this will give them going into the next round, because they really did struggle in the group stage. Are you surprised, however, they were the ones to come out on top over Barcelona?
I don't think so, because I've seen Bayern in knockout football before in this competition, and they have been just such a solid outfit. When you consider Bayern as a team where it's so regimented, they know the game plan inside and out, they know their win conditions, and they always get it done. But for Barcelona, what Semra just said, Wes, I don't think that the Palma or Roxa will want to hear the fact they've scored so many goals between them and could not break the deadlock. to advance Barca into the semi-finals.
Yeah, I think sometimes you have formats or particular, kind of conditions where teams thrive, and we're seeing it with Bayern Munich. Is the sense of this whole very much last stand that they seem to be having. It was the last group game. It's now knockout football. It's now all of these different kind of mechanisms that seem to just lend themselves to Bayern in terms of, we talk about championship mentality. These guys are knowing how to get these games over the line, and the source of frustration for Barcelona must be is that actually, in terms of the group stage, incredibly free scoring, but instead now they met a frustration almost with the fact that they couldn't quite get the ball into the back of the net. We saw chances for the Palma and for Roxa, just couldn't quite get that killer touch.
Yeah, couldn't get it done, but our first semi-final is set, Semra. Celtic versus Bayern. That one will be one not to miss later on.
That one will definitely be one not to miss. We do have to be a bit patient, though, to see how that one plays out later on in the day. And for now, I'd be very, very interested to hear from both captains of both of these two clubs that were just in action, the Palma as well as Jose, to get their perspective as to what went wrong in the case of the Catalan outfit and what changed during the week as well for Bayern Munich to all of a sudden come out on top and have a clean sweep of 2 games in a row to go straight through to the Final Four. Well, Wes, you're going to be speaking to both of them now. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, we're here with Roxa. Roxa, thank you very much for joining us. Commiserations to you and your team. Looking at how tight those games were, I mean, it was the finest of margins for your team's elimination. Do you feel that as though that you were a better team than Barcelona in that instance? Because there were chances either side, but to go out on penalties and buy a solitary goal, do you feel as though your team performed better than what you played against?
We played okay, but if the game decide we can't win, it's like this. We can score the goal, we have one excellent chance, but the game decide we can win this today. So what to say? We lost first game penalty, second game we have clear chance, but no goal.
Yeah, we just seen the Palma chance where it was the manual goalkeeping of Jose that kept him out, and then obviously we had the penalties there, and we've seen this Ansu Fati chance, which again it can sometimes, as we said on commentary, can be a little bit of a lottery with those chances with it first time. Sometimes it will go flying into the back of the net, sometimes it will go flying wide. In terms of going forward, do you feel as though that Bayern as a team, a question more for Bayern Munich, do you feel that they're a team that could potentially go on and win this competition?
If they have luck like this game, I think sure we can win, but they play good and they have little luck and they pass the next round. Against Celtic, I think they are favorites, so I see them in the final.
It's good to speak to you, Roxa, and as I said, commiserations for you and the team. We'll hopefully see you again in future competitions.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Roxa. And Jose, congratulations to you and Bayern Munich. This format of best of 3, it really seems to suit this team. Is that a fair assessment of your team?
Well, first of all, GG's to Barcelona. They are a strong team, especially De Palma. I think he will come back stronger because he's one of the best players in the competition, and he has trained a lot. I know it because he's really good partner training for us, and yeah, I think it's a hard moment for him. The knockout stage, it's the round when we are really motivated to be. We are trained. We have trained a lot really because it's a different format now with instead 90 minutes and 3 points. You have 120 and you have the penalties. You need really good mentality to be in front of these kind of games. And I think we make it possible today. 1 red card in the first game with, a strange red card. The second game, a lot of chances for Miguel. I think he was much better than Roxa, and he deserves a better score in the end of the game. But yeah, I'm really proud of my teammates because we make it possible in 2 games. Now we will be ready for the semifinals.
Yeah, just a small question, more so from Semra, probably more than anybody else, is you talked about mentality, you talked about how important it was to kind of keep your minds. What really has changed from that, that final group stage game against Monaco? Was that the source of this confidence that we're now starting to see from your team?
Yeah, for sure. As I told the last week, the confidence is really important for us to play our 100% in the knockout stage. And for sure, the qualification in the last game, thanks to Mestre with the amazing 3 points against Guifera, for me was the best player of the group stage. And yeah, for sure, we are really confident now. Also, Alex didn't have the chance to play against Barcelona, but he was really important for the training sessions, also to be motivated. And yeah, I'm really proud, and I wanted to say thank you to my teammates, because we are a really good team, and yeah, we deserve it, I think.
Well, we look forward to seeing you guys against Celtic in the semi-finals later on. Again, congratulations. Go and get yourselves prepared. I'm sure it will be an absolute firecracker.
Thank you, Wetha. See you later.
See you later. And Semra, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Wes, and also thanks for getting my question there in the end. It certainly is confidence, the name of the game whenever it comes to Bayern Munich. And you talked about Alex, you could hear him all the way throughout the game in his ear talking about the confidence that he needed to have and that he could believe in himself and get them across the line, which is exactly what happened. So congratulations to the German outfit for making it into the Final Four, and to FC Barcelona. Hopefully we'll see you back very soon indeed, stronger and fighting to advance even further next time out. Right, well, let's go ahead then and move on into the second quarter-final matchup of the day, and it's going to be one of the so-called favorites going into this season, as Monaco against one of the surprise packages, Galatasaray.
For me, it's a very close match, because for me, Mukait and Kepa are in the top 10 in Europe, have a very good level, Jolie too, and we train a lot to be really ready against them, and we hope to qualify.
Monaco is a really strong team, of course. They have two world champions, Ousmane Kabil and Guifera, and a young talent, Nexa. But we practiced a lot. We know if we play our game, we can beat anyone. So I believe it's going to be a tough matchup for both teams. We will give our everything on the pitch, and we will try our best to qualify for semi-finals.
Well, this one really is very nicely poised indeed. It should be a very entertaining clash between these two sides. Of course, we had some of the thoughts of the players there. Let's see who's going to be involved then in game one for match 2 of the day. Of course, this is the second quarterfinals between Monaco and Galatasaray. And it looks as though it's going to be Nexa up first against Mujahid. Nexa, of course, as we heard there, he's very much the danger man for Monaco in front of goal. He's joint second top scorer, at least he was going into today, with 9 goals to his name and undefeated as well. And the interesting thing is that Mujahid, the captain of the Turkish side, he's also undefeated. And that means that potentially we have some really feisty battle coming up here between these two sides. And guys, the fact that they repeated this pattern from the first game, it does seem that it might be something we see time and time again with the strongest players coming out first, perhaps.
I think so. I think that's going to be one of the key talking points as we move throughout the day is who's going to be out first. Who is going to be that player that steps up, almost similar to real-world penalty kicks? Who fancies it first? And right now, it's the captain versus Nexa. It's Mujahid stepping up for Galatasaray. But as Semra said, there's an American sports analogy that I think people like to use. Someone's O needs to go here. So one of these players is going to leave this with a defeat to his name for the first time, Wes. This one is beautifully set up. Nexa versus Mujahid. It's a clash of titans.
Yeah, it's the irresistible force versus the immovable object. It is Nexa versus Mujahid. And again, it is set up to be, again, almost like a Hollywood type of showdown that we're going to see here. And we saw at length about how Usman Kabil, wanted to bring Nexa into post-match interviews to say, look, this guy's the real deal. This guy is the future, and that's the confidence that this Monaco side have in him. A lot of people, if you are a lay person at home, you've never watched the game of eFootball before, you might look at Nexa and go, well, who is this guy? Whereas actually, for those who are, for those who are slightly more well versed in it, you'll know about Nexa. You'll know how good he is. And the same can be said for Mujahid as well. We can talk about his kind of performances as a captain leading the line for Galatasaray. You can also talk about how good he's been on national duty for Turkey. So, there are levels and there are stories behind these players. They're not just picked out of obscurity. It's like, oh, you'll do off the street. It's these guys are at the top of their games, and it's no more summed up in what we're going to see here. A quarterfinal showdown of epic proportions.
Well, thank you to Semra in the studio. As you can see, players are making their final preparations before we kick off quarterfinal number 2. And it's as you said, Wes, Nexa may not be a household name just yet, but this far this season, he has helped Monaco greatly get to this stage, contributing wins and points left and right, goals galore. But this is very much a case of him with his first taste of knockout football in this competition as we kick off game 1, going up against a very sturdy defensive force in Mujahid from Galatasaray, who are attacking from left to right. And Wes, Nexa, this is going to be a whole new kettle of fish for him.
Yeah, it's a whole different experience. As we made remarks during the Barcelona and Bayern Munich game. We talk about the change we talk about the change in the format. We talk about the fact that it's now knockout football. This is a brand new experience for Nexa. It's now knockout football. It's now kind of a big kind of stage, or it's the biggest stage he'll have played on so far. But, ultimately, Mujahid has had these environments that he's played in before. So will that experience lend itself to be profitable for him?
Well, the first chance of the game will go to Mujahid, and you can see from his head tilt backwards that he thought this one could have been a real opportunity to take the lead. And it could. Bafétimbi Gomis is going to be a player that we see often. And the first real chance of quarterfinal number 2 goes the way of Galatasaray.
Yeah, and again, you could see through the kind of the play that we saw, you could see the dummy that just opening up the space. It seems to be a go-to move for a lot of these pro players, is to just open up the angles and open up the space.
Galatasaray in possession. Nexa, though, stepping up well. It's something he's going to have to do a lot this game. Long ball looking for Boadu. It'll be a throw-in now to Nexa. Gomis left and right, advances closer to the goal, and the header at the near post. Seemingly the entire defence caught napping. Advantage to Monaco. The youngster coming through to score the first goal of quarter-final number 2.
There's a reason why we see a lot of gameplay from Nexa that leaves us a little bit kind of open and thinking, oh, he can't do it from there, surely not. It was dummies, it was cutbacks, it was getting the ball across into the right place. I believe it was Kevin Volland that was on the end of this, but he's working the space and finding that opportunity. Ball floated into the air, near post, goalkeeper Muslera just going off to his right. Nexa, again, taking the plaudits from his teammates, and it's a great work of a goal from him, and it's advantage very early on to Monaco.
15 minutes into the game. And the man looking to make a name for himself this season has started quarter-final number 2 about as perfectly as you could. And now the question is, what does München have in reply? Of course, the Turkish fans so passionate. Always enjoyed commentating their games, and in both international tournaments and also Galatasaray here in this competition. The fans will have to get behind their player here as Nexa is looking to make a charge towards goal. That one, though, cleared away. Monaco, though, still coming forward, almost carving open the defence. You can see there, Nexa playing all the way back to the goalkeeper. Maybe trying to frustrate his opposition here just to show that, hey, yeah, I may be inexperienced in competition, but I know how to close these games out. We're still in the first half, of course, so it might be a little too early to employ that kind of tactic, but winning the ball back here. That far side, Volland inside to Golovin. Skips past his man as well. Defensive duty. Much needed for München, but Muslera is able to gather. And with 10 minutes to go till the half, Nexa with the better of the chances here so far.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to continue to build. I mean, going back to the goalkeeper, yeah, is an early tactic, but it might be just as a warning sign to München, just to say, look, I am very happy to employ this type of tactic. You've just got to, you've got to come and get us, which is true when it's a case of. It's true when it's the case of the the game being the way that it is at the moment. Is that you've just got to keep yourself going.
Galatasaray now with a chance to come forward. Kaldu. There were a couple of players making a run there, but half-time is approaching. Boy, would Nexa like to take a 2-0 lead into the interval. Of course, no aggregate score, no points on the line. It's just a best-of-3 games. And that one blasted behind his own goal for a corner here to Monaco. A London bus as one corner comes in, another one is on the way. Enrique was arriving, and Monaco still towards the end of this first half chasing yet another goal, but now Galatasaray, what can they do off this break? The referee, as Monaco regain possession of the ball, says enough is enough, and we enter the interval. Galatasaray 0, Monaco 1, Wes. There's work to be done here for Galatasaray in game 1.
Yeah, certainly. I think if you're München, you're going to have to tap into that Euro experience. You're going to have to tap into that kind of well of knowledge of how do you get yourself back into this game. I think looking at the way that both squads are set up, it's almost mirroring each other, maybe with positions maybe looking in different places, but it's looking as though it's a very cagey affair. It's one, there's been 2 shots all game, one of which was a goal. So it's that tight at the moment. But these are the kind of the kind of the points and the kind of margins that these guys are working with. It's a case of if it's a shot and it's a goal, that's what you hone in on. You don't hone in on, oh well, I've had 6 shots and 4 have been on target. At this point in time, you're just looking for how many goals you score. That's realistically where you're at. Especially in knockout football, especially in best of 3 football, you just want to get yourself across the line no matter which way it comes.
Of course, both these clubs, Galatasaray and AS Monaco, with club packs in the game. Didn't quite get a look to see if there were any of those featured players in either team's lineups, but no doubt that will be one to keep an eye on. Those eagle-eyed fans, of course, at home, Wes, have a chance to use them in the upcoming eFootball Championship Open starting on Monday.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple on Galatasaray's side of the board, in the sense of, I think it was Marcao, and I think on the Monaco side, I think it was Wissam Ben Yedder. So, again, we'll have to see whether these guys can make those work.
Oh, well, a couple of chances go in there for AS Monaco. None of them going into the goal. Of course, if you are joining us from home, not only will you be keeping an eye on the eFootball Championship Open, you'll also be keeping an eye on this game. And we, of course, apologise about the poor quality of the image so far. We'll do our best to keep you informed at home as to what's happening. For now, though, Galatasaray trying to chase that equaliser. Gomes goes down in the box. That's a sign of life there from München, Wes. He needs more passages of play such as those, just to remind Nexa that, hey, I've been around the block a couple of times myself. I know how to get myself back into these types of situations.
Well, it's for Galatasaray, it's all about getting Bafétimbi Gomis into this game. We saw how much of a lightning rod he was for the positive performances we've seen from Galatasaray so far over this competition.
And they're coming forward here with Gomis, and well, he's gone down in the area. The referee had a good look at it on the hour mark, but fairly unmoved. München is growing and growing. Gomis is tackled well by Maripan and Nexa. Well, the scare is over for now. Long ball looking for the man on the right-hand side, is gathered well by Nexa. You have to wonder what is going through these players' minds. Knockout stages, quarterfinals, it's best of 3. You have to win your game. There is no way to hide behind a draw or try and grind out a result some other way, Wes. You have to win your game.
Yeah, and that's the key here. You have to go out and you have to win. There isn't there is no middle ground. It is win or lose. There is no, oh, we'll take a draw and we can maybe try and pick up points elsewhere. There's no more points. It's all knockout football. It's all best of 3. And in this environment, when you are the first person out in the best of 3 format, you're there to set the tone. You are there to set the tone for your team. So, for example, if you're Nexa, your role here is get the first win and then allow potentially one very experienced player or 2 very experienced players to try and do their best to drag the rest of the team through. If you Muka hit, you're there trying to give confidence to your 2 players in the form of Kepa and Dijol. You have to give that confidence by going, look, I've gone and won. You can go and win. You can go and beat these guys. And we've seen we've seen Galatasaray upset the apple cart already during this tournament in the sense of getting performances and getting results that nobody anticipated. It's now a case they've got to go back to the well and they've got to try and do it again.
Well, the goalkeeper came and did not get anything decisive on it. 20 minutes to go until full time. If it stays this way, it would be advantage Monaco, as Nexa is in the lead. Again, if you are watching us from home, we apologise about the picture quality. This is, of course, a feed that the players are sending us, so potentially some connectivity issues there. We'll hopefully get a more stable one for games incoming, but for now the attention is all on Nexa, and if he can hang on to this 1-goal lead or potentially punch in a second. Boadu, he is dispossessed and looking good for Monaco in the first half, but ever since Mujahid has realised he needs to chase a result here, not a whole lot going the way of Monaco. Could that change here as the goal scorer Volland tries to lay one off, and Diop advancing towards the goal is dispossessed. Yellow card there for Sicaldo of Galatasaray, and a bit of a let-off, I feel, maybe for Monaco, as they have possession now.
Yeah, and we talk about messages being sent by players. If Nexa can close this out, imagine the confidence, not that they potentially need it from Monaco, but imagine the confidence this is going to give to, his teammates. Not that they necessarily need it for the accolades that they have, but to have your young gun go out and potentially pick up a victory.
Oh, and Boadu has found the back of the net. It was a shallow clearance from Galatasaray. It was one that needed going anywhere else. But Nexa doubles his advantage. And with so little time left, you'd have to say Monaco are cruising towards a Game 1 win.
Yeah, and we just seen it there, just through the replay there. We saw just a little double touch, which we could see that came through from Nexa. Again, at this point in time, it's how critical that goal could be. I mean, if you can close it out as 10 in-game minutes, give or take, you have the ability now. You certainly have the goal advantage. Now it's time to just close it out if you're Nexa.
This is the time and situation to rely on the 5 world titles you have from your teammates. Of course, 3 from Ismail and 2 from Guifera across both co-op and 1 versus 1. Good experience behind them for Mujahid at this point. As we said, no hiding places, no point playing to try and keep goal difference down. There's no aggregate score. You need goals. And, well, another Galatasaray player has gone down in the box. It's not been cleared yet by Monaco, but the last touch coming off the Galatasaray man. And that will be a bit of a let-off once more for Nexa, but looking comfortable here, 2-0.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you can just keep it away from your goal long enough, and if you can keep clearing the ball away long enough, it will certainly help.
Approaching the final 5 in game minutes, and expect to see a lot more of this from Nexa. 2-goal cushion to his name. Mujahid needs to come forward here, and Babel has gone to ground. Didn't quite see what happened there, but a bit of a wry smile from the Turkish captain. And Nexa, he wants to make it 3 here. He's coming forward once more. Ben Yedder to Boadu. Cut out in the nick of time. We're into stoppage time now. You'd have to imagine a goal now would not be enough here for Galatasaray. They're going to go for it anyway with Van Aanholt. It's deflected out for a corner. And with so little time left, Wes, you feel that this game one is definitely now going to Monaco.
Yeah, I think we're in, we got 2 minutes added time and we're in the 2 minutes. So I think unless there's some type of miracle, I think we end up seeing that Monaco come out of this with game one in the books. And again, like we said, sends out a massive statement to his teammates. It's not necessarily to the rest of the competition. It's more so to his teammates to go, look, you can depend on me here. Like, we can do this. And I think that's sometimes what you need from teammates. You need that, as we heard from Bayern Munich, you need that belief system.
Well, no goal to be found in the end from Galatasaray's late pressure. AS Monaco will win game one, 2-0. A great performance from Nexa, and as you said, Wes, proving to his two experienced teammates that he is a man that can be trusted when the going gets tough. He has put them in pole position in quarter-final number 2 for München. That may well be, Semra, the last we see of him this season, as Galatasaray, they are, well, looking at a bit of an uphill struggle here.
That they certainly are, but I think we do have to highlight what an impressive performance it's been from Nexa, not just in this game, but throughout the entire season. The young player is really looking to put his stamp of authority, not just in his team with Monaco, but in this entire competition. He really is making quite a name for himself. That's 11 goals now. He's the outright second top scorer. And obviously with Barcelona now out of the competition, that means that he could make that prize his very own as the leading scorer by the end of today, or maybe even by the end of tomorrow. Who knows? We'll certainly see. But you mentioned Mujahid, and I think it's interesting in the sense that he's really been the one who's been leading the way, who's been carving out that path, who has been basically single-handedly dragging his teammates through the promised land into the quarterfinals. But he really needs his teammates now to step up, whether it's going to be game 2 and game 3. But he really needs them to help pick up some of the slack. And that's something they haven't really done too well over the last couple of weekends. So what do you think might happen from the Turks in the next game? Because it'll be very interesting to see how they react to having lost this game 1.
It will be interesting to see who they choose to field, because as you've mentioned, as we've mentioned in the commentary, so many titles and experience, so much experience from the Monaco side, from their remaining 2 players they have to field. Guifero, 2-time world champion, Uzmakabil, 3-time world champion. So you'd have to say it's looking tough here for Galatasaray. What is piquing my interest is the top scorers table, which I'm trying to do the math in my head, and I'm pretty sure now that the Palmer is out, he's still the top goal scorer with 12. But as you said, Nexa now with those with that goal and those 2 goals, I should say, against Mujahid that we just saw, is now only one behind him, and the Palmer has been knocked out. So it's looking likely that Monaco will be alive in this competition unless Galatasaray can pull something out the bag. It may well be a straight shootout between Nexa and Mestre of Bayern München for the Golden Boot award this season. Could be a fun one to keep an eye on there, Wes.
Yeah, and that's again, we talk about kind of the lines and the kind of almost the narratives that we see kind of just forming ever so slightly. After each result, we see something completely different, and we see something that we didn't anticipate previously. Nexa now, Paul's, as we said, was in that little bit of a slipstream, has now started to creep up the table. But as for results purposes, that's what he's probably going to be most focused on. It's not necessarily how many goals I score, it's what results am I getting? And that's going to be the key thing that he'll be looking at. And like we said in commentary, his 2 teammates, you don't need to give those guys any more confidence than they already have. We know Uzmakabil has got a bravado and a borderline arrogance, but it's been, it's arrogance, but he can certainly back it up. Guifero doesn't need any more impetus to have a performance come out of him, because, again, he's flattered to deceive sometimes in this competition. He's still got to bring his A game. But again, if you're looking on Galatasaray side of things, you've got Kepa, who, again, E-Euro champion, reigning, and we talked about their previous matchday results. They only really turned up against a poor Arsenal side. So it depends on what A game turns up here, and it depends on whether Galatasaray can really put the rubber to the road.
All right, well, let's find out then if Galatasaray can do just that and see who's going to be featuring in Game 2 in this clash between Monaco and the Turkish outfit there. And it's going to be the captain of the French team, Untitled, someone who I think it's fair to say really hasn't had the best tournament so far in terms of what we expect from him, even though he's had a pretty even spread of results, a win, a draw, and a loss. But he's only managed 4 goals in 3 games, so quite low scoring from him there as someone of his caliber and pedigree. But whenever it comes to Kepa, you already talked about it as well, someone I think we expected a lot more of. We've had high hopes for, but it hasn't really gone according to plan for him. 2 defeats and 1 victory, I think it is, as well, and just scoring 1 more than his opponent. So going into this one, it's a great opportunity for both of these so-called sleeping giants to kind of come to life and really be the one to kind of save the day for their teams. In the case of Monaco, this could be it, take them into the semi-finals, or in the case of Kepa, keep them alive in this quarter-final tie.
Yeah, I like that analogy of them being sleeping giants, because as Wes said, a Euro champion on the side of Kepa, he needs a result at this point as Monaco lead the series 1-0. But then on the side of Monaco, Uzmakabeel, as you said, has taken so long to get going. We're so used to him in seasons previous be that guy for AS Monaco, but this season, I don't know. It's almost like the ghost of Uzmakabeel at this point. He needs to turn up now for his team, and it's happened in seasons previous as well, where he's had a bit of a slow start, but then he eventually gets going. I think if Monaco want to have serious aspirations of the title, Wes, Uzmakabeel needs to start firing, and that's not even talking about Guifera at this point. It's the 3-time world champion up next.
Be careful what you wish for, Harry. That's all I will say. If there is a game where both of these players are going to catch fire, this is the game. This is it. This is, as we said, make or break for Galatasaray. If it's Monaco, you're going to get yourself through to the semi-final. Again, these pressure environments, these guys are made for these types of environments. They live for this type of pressure. They live for this type of responsibility. You know, we've seen it for club, we've seen it for country. These guys thrive in these environments, and no more so than the 2 of these guys. You know, you look at Uzmakabeel, 3-time world champion, as we've said. You know, we could talk for forever on his capabilities within this game. And the same can be said for Galatasaray in terms of Kepa's performances over seasons past, over tournaments past. He has the ability. He has the ability to get it done on the key moments. So it's just going to be who executes. Who executes the better of the 2 here.
Well, it's Uzmakabeel starting off very strongly indeed. Ben Yedder, it's only taken him 4 minutes. You said, be careful what you wish for. I think Uzmakabeel must have been listening, because it's just taken 4 in-game minutes for the man in the middle of your screen to open up scoring here. Great patient play, and it's tucked away for 1-0.
Doubt the man at your peril, folks. Both commentary, if you're a fan, if you are any type of viewer, doubt him at your absolute peril. In the moments where it absolutely counts, he's very nonplussed. He's like, yeah, this is fine. This is just the quarter-final. I've just scored. It's fine. Like, you don't ever doubt him. But again, very early in the game, you know, we've seen it in real football, in real world football. We've seen it in eFootball as well. If you score early on, it's a lot of time you've got to go before you get to the end of the game. But
he's trying to get in once again with Boadu. Not even a chance to say thank you to Semra and our crew in the studio, and as Uzmakabeel's opened the scoring. You can see game 1's result at the top of your screen. This one will be a free kick though to Kepa, and watch out here because Kepa's done this a few times, taken a free kick very quickly, opting for a bit of a slower approach this time around. For the low free kick, it's bounced back to one of his players here. Marapan in the box is just hassling. In fact, I think that was a Galatasaray player that almost got the final strike away, but Monaco, they survived the free kick.
Yeah, you could just see it was, if you are Uzmakabeel, you were probably 1 button press away from conceding a penalty. It was only because it wasn't a challenge. Did the game or the referee necessarily not register the fact that there was a little bit of a shove in the back? But again, you know, you can see there's dangers there for Galatasaray. There's dangers there for the fans to potentially hold on to here. But if you're Monaco, there's plenty of signs of a counter attack that will be on here, because again, longer this game goes on, the easier it's going to open up, because Monaco will keep driving forward.
Here is Ben Yedder. Definitely one of Özmak Abil's favourite players over his time at AS Monaco. Speaking to him seasons past, Ben Yedder is always a player that he enjoys taking a hold of. No doubt that will be exhibited here once again. But now the attention turns to Kepa with Galatasaray. All on the edge of the box, and it'll be another free kick here in a dangerous position. Badiashile is the guilty party, and I wonder, will there be a quick one this time around?
Well, I think looking at it, it's probably a little bit of gamesmanship from Kepa here, trying to maybe do a low finish, as what we saw with the lack of a power bar.
Oh, it's a pass this time to Sikaldu, who's gone down in the box, and the referee has given a penalty. A penalty then to Galatasaray will now give Kepa the opportunity to equalise. Kepa versus Özmak Abil. Straight down the middle. And successfully so. There were plenty of fouls in and around the box from Özmak Abil, and Kepa makes him pay. 20 minutes gone, it's one apiece.
Yeah, you can see it was the secondary teammate call that caused that penalty to be given in the first place. Thundered into the defender, or thundered into the forward, should I say? And again, to keep your nerve and put it down in the middle against Özmak Abil in the quarterfinal of the eFootball Championship Pro takes some bottle. And again, Kepa is full of confidence. He will look to now try and build on this. But if you're Özmak Abil, it's not necessarily the end of the world, because you know that you can break this team down.
Ben Yedder trying to feed Bouadou, and that is a golden opportunity to reinstate the lead almost immediately. Lovely lofted pass.
Yeah, it was just the keeper just threw himself at it. I think he tackled it with his chest almost, but it's a corner. And as we know from games past with Özmak Abil, he has a way with corners.
Bouadou is waiting, and it will be another corner. Almost on command. Representing the Monegasque club for what I believe is a 4th season now. Could be even longer than that. These two almost synonymous with each other. You have to give credit to Kepa. His team needs him most here. Already down in the series, 1-0. He has to win this game to keep Turkish chances alive here in the eFootball Championship Pro this season. And there's a strike! Almost to take the lead. This one came almost out of nowhere. Wes, I think, took everyone by surprise that he took this one on first time.
Yeah, I think given the situation, you have to try and take these chances wherever possible, and it would only just whistle past the post. So again, the longer this kind of goes on, the longer the chances keep coming for Kepa, the happier he'll be, because he'll be like, oh, okay, these chances are still coming. It means I'm not out of this. It is only 1-1, but again, it'll just feed both teams. If they can keep generating the chances, that's fine, because you'll know that the chances will come. It's only if those chances start to dry up will you then start to maybe worry about conversion rates of chances.
Gomes is trying to get in behind through the middle, but goalkeeper comes. 10 minutes to go until half-time here in game 2, and Özmak Abil with his purple power bar indicating a stunning strike attempt. He'll get himself a corner here. And he's dangerous from these ways.
Yeah, he is, but not that I'd like to tell him, but Kevin Volland was just peeling off on the right-hand side there. I think that might have been the potential source of frustration, where he'd realised after the shot had kind of been queued up that there was a man just free.
Corner then headed away. And well, the referee's brought this one back for a foul on a Galatasaray man. He's Volland into the book. We've seen one sending off already today in the Bayern game. Of course, Joshua Kimmich with his second yellow. I think Monaco fans will be hoping that Volland doesn't follow that same trend. Here is with 5 minutes away from half-time. Kepa now coming forward. Artukoglu. Van Aanholt's up here, stunning cross in. And it's into the back of the net. Galatasaray take the lead here. Just before half-time, it's Gomes. It's Kepa, it's 2-1.
Yeah, and like we said, those chances are going to keep coming for Kepa. It's going to grow in confidence, and not more so than what we've seen here. I think it was a header in from Gomes. I just want to see the replay again on this. It was a good out ball to find it to, I think it was Artukoglu, gets it back onto the left-hand side. Then it's Patrick Van Aanholt into the box. And it's a neat little header from Bafétimbi Gomes. We know he's aerially proficient in terms of where he is. You can see he's got his hand up in the air. Just gets across the front of, I believe that was Barry Ashile. And Bafétimbi Gomes makes it 2-1. You can see the frustration with Özmak Abil. But as we've seen before, plays his best eFootball when he's angry.
And he does. Ben Yedder looking for Boadu. And angry as Maccabeal is a dangerous one. The knockout stages have sprung into life. 4 goals in this first half. And do not adjust your screens. It is Monaco 2, Galatasaray 2 now. Well worked goal indeed by the 3-time world champion.
The defence rests their case, Your Honour. Literally, no sooner have I said an angry as Maccabeal plays his best eFootball, we see a very, very well worked goal. We spoke about the Palmer's goal that we saw given as a kind of a goal of the day or a goal of the match day. You saw the ball movement that's triggering runs and getting players into position. No more so there. Boadu made that run and Maccabeal picked him out with absolute aplomb.
There will be 3 minutes added time.
Surely no more chances in this first half. I mean, 4 goals. At this point, I think as Maccabeal is listening to me, as Ben Yedder is coming forward here. He wants this lead to take into half-time. Fofana. Golovin is there and he's gone down, and the referee has given another penalty. Clear contact in the box, and it's Ben Yedder to step up, and it is into the back of the net. Almost heroics from Muslera, but Maccabeal back in front. 5 goals in the first half, Wes.
Well, it's the commentator's curse, wasn't it, Harry? You were like, well, surely we've not got more chances before half-time. And again, we talk about the penalty award there. It's smart movement from us, Maccabeal. Has the ball out wide, recycles it, gets it into a dangerous area. I believe it was Golovin that was brought down. It's, again, just leaving a leg out, gets himself brought down. And, again, to stick away the penalty, we spoke about penalties during the last broadcast, where we spoke about if players hit them with full power, there is a margin for error with goalkeepers that if they just get a fingertip to it, it won't matter and it will go flying in. We saw it with Muslera there. Gets a slight hand to it, but not enough to keep it out. And again, that's the advantage of putting your penalties in the corner. And again, there's Maccabeal on the charge once more.
Don't get many chances against Uzmakabil, and it will be a worry in Kepa's mind that he trails once more. We kick off the second half of game 2, a game in which Galatasaray need to win. Kepa coming forward once more. There's a chance to get a strike away through the forest of bodies, and I think it's been taken behind for a goal kick, and it has. But Kepa just reminding us that there is still life in this Galatasaray side.
Yeah, and there's always a very clear and present danger with Galatasaray, the fact that they can keep these types of chances coming. And as we said in the first half, so long as those chances keep appearing, that will be the source of confidence that Kepa will have, is at least we're still having the opportunities. But the more they keep giving this ball back to this Monaco side, especially in the hands of Uzmakabil, the more danger is going to be coming back from on their defensive side of the ball. So they've got to be really careful here.
Otakoglu looking for Van Aanholt on that far side. Stunning cross last time was enough. We'll see it once more here again. This time dealt with, but you can't afford too much more room over on that far side.
The attendance for this match was 71,550.
We've crossed the hour mark now. Monaco 3, Galatasaray 2. If you're just joining us, this is a best of 3, as all the knockout stage matches will be. Oh, Boadu in here. Goes for goal himself. Not sure that was the wisest option. Kepa very lucky not to get a red card with some of his challenges there, but Uzmakabil starting to grow in confidence now. As Muslera comes and makes the ball his own. Time for changes, do you think, maybe soon here? Whereas for Galatasaray, as they trail, entering the final 25?
I think so. I think we're entering that kind of period of time where it's substitutes are of a premium almost, in the sense of, you'll need fresh legs on. It's telling to see the type of tactic that Monaco are employing here from Uzmakabil, in the sense of it's got to this type of stage of the game, and all of a sudden now it's starting to go more longer passes, and it's trying to essentially, if the ball goes into the hands of Galatasaray, it's players that are low in ball control stat, it's players who are tired, and it's maybe looking for more errors to maybe just pick up on. But again, got to be careful with your own side of things here and keep your team as fresh as possible. You can see just underneath Uzmakabil, you can see that his midfield are very much tired at the moment.
Ben Yedder. Golovin, lovely turn inside, great ball control, and you have to be careful inside the box with challenges such as those. A couple of good ones, though, will allow Galatasaray possession. But we have to see something promising from the Turkish club here, because we have little time left, and as Uzmakabil is coming forward, ball needs to be cleared. I think Uzmakabil here just recognising the situation. 10 in-game minutes to go, and if it stays the same, Monaco would advance to the semi-finals, winning 2-0. Golovin trying to make that certain here, has beaten his man as well. Can he go for goal himself? He can. Is Ben Yedder there? Not this time. So many gaps at the back now. Boadu gets his strike away. Second ball to come from Volland, and it's in. Monaco now 1 foot in the semi-finals, thanks to Uzmakabil. He strikes 4, and Galatasaray, I think they're being sent home here.
Number 31.
Yeah, it's looking that way. It's looking that way. I mean, again, we saw chances coming at a premium for Usmaka Beal. It was almost inevitable that he was going to find a way through. Again, we saw the chance previously where he had it on the angle with Golovin. Looked like he was potentially looking to gamble on a save that was going to parry into a path of an on-running attacker. Instead, finds the dummy this time, finds the opportunity and finds the goal. And as we saw, it seems to be a running trend with players from the French side of things. They seem to just be very angry when they score. I don't know whether that's a passion thing or it might just be something where he's just outlaying a bit of emotion, because these are tense situations for these players.
Substitution for Monaco.
Now, I would hate to put words in Usmaka Beal's mouth because I don't speak French, but something tells me he was saying something along the lines of, "Did you forget about me?"
Coming on the field.
Has won this competition in the past, has won multiple world titles. And he is coming to the boil at the perfect time for his Monaco side as he comes forward once more here with Ben Yedder. Oh, and look, Diatta is waiting for the delivery.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Bagouli's pass will go agonisingly out of play here for Kepa. For Galatasaray, they've had a great season. But something tells me their journey is coming to an end very shortly. For now, though, we'll see if they can have one final hurrah as they come forward across the box. Cleared by Usmaka Beal, and that makes it official. Monaco 4, Galatasaray 2 in Game 2 is enough to see the Monegasque club advance to a semi-final match against AS Roma. That man with a resilient performance in Game 2, Wes. Plenty of goals to talk about, but the result is the big talking point. He's back in business at the perfect time.
I don't think he ever really went away, if I'm absolutely honest with Usmaka Beal. Again, that first goal, we saw really good skill. The super cancels, the dummies that went into it. Complex quite early on in that game. Again, we saw the composure from Kepa's penalty. Go down the middle, call a bit of bluff. And here, again, it was a little bit of an opportunity that opened up. He just whistled past the post. And again, we saw, opportunities that were presenting themselves for both teams in this point. And at this point during the game, and we saw here the Gomez header. It was a beautifully directed header, but again, no sooner did it happen, Baudu in and amongst it, back again, and Usmaka Beal showing that caliber that we know that he's got in the locker, and he certainly dug deep, found that level that we're so used to seeing, and put Kepa to the sword.
Of course, this was the penalty on the stroke of half-time to make the lead 1. But those at home who may be asking why we're doubting Usmaka Beal and saying maybe he hasn't been at his best, is we're just so used to see him littering the top of the goal-scoring charts. Entering this game, he had scored 3 goals. In Game 2 of this best-of-3, he scored 4. So it's good to see Usmaka Beal back in business, Semra. He is now sending his Monaco team into the semi-finals.
That he certainly is. He did so in quite some style. He held his ground, and he certainly showed us that when you poke the bear, that's what happens. You end up giving him the victory and the momentum to carry his team through it. And perhaps it will be a lesson for whoever his next opponent is in the semi-final. But there you say, well, here we have, for the second time today, a clean sweep of 2 games. That was all that was needed for the winning side to go through. It's quite impressive from Monaco. In general, it seems as though we were talking earlier about the sleeping giant of Usmaka Beal coming to life. The club overall seems to have come to life because they were one of the favourites going into the competition, weren't they? And now they seem to have found their stride.
Yeah, now showing us why. I believe I misspoke in saying Usmaka Beal had only scored 3. I think it was 4. But either way, he's doubled his tally now, up to 8 goals on the season. And he has become a real force at the right time for AS Monaco. And you're right in saying, Semra, they were one of the favourites coming in this season. Maybe flattered to deceive a little bit in the group stages, but as we always say, business end of the competition now. Now's the time to put your best foot forward, and Usmaka Beal and Nexa have done just that for Monaco.
Exactly. I suppose that's what really matters, isn't it? That you turn on form just at the right moment in time. And I know Wes will be chomping at the bit to speak to his Maccabi, the captain, and one of his preferred players in eFootball, if not his favourite player. Can I say that, Wes? But in any case, I'm sure you'll be delighted to speak with someone who will be very pleased about his performance as well as their team going through.
Yeah, most definitely. The way that they've performed. As Maccabi now joins us, thank you very much, my friend, for joining us. A big congratulations to Monaco as a team as a whole. You get it done in 2 games. How does it feel to be through to the semi-finals?
First time I would say GG to Galatasaray. For me, it's a very close game. We are happy to win in 2 matches. But it's difficult. For me it's a new tournament. I score 4 goals more than in a group stage, but we are happy and now we need to focus on AS Roma.
Yeah, we're just seeing some of the clips of your goals. You as I seem to say in commentary, you seem to play a lot better when you're angry. Yeah, well, it was certainly one of the more technical ones we've seen today in terms of dummies and super cancels and the ability to find space, especially so early on. But you seem to do your best work when you're angry. Is that a fair assessment? When you're passionate and you're riled up and you're fired up, you seem to put your best type of eFootball to good use. Is that fair?
I'm happy for my level, for sure, but like I say, it's a new tournament. It's very difficult. Kepa for me, it's a good player. Now we play against Roma. Roma for me is the best roster this year because they train a lot and they deserve his semi-final. And we hope to play same. And why not to go in the final for Monaco.
Well, we look forward to seeing that semi-final. It's going to be a blockbuster, to say the least. Thank you very much for joining us. Go in and have a rest and get yourselves prepared.
Thank you.
Back to you, Semra, in the studio.
Thank you very much. Was indeed. I think it's time we can start rubbing our hands together because we're getting into crunch time. We're going into the final 4, and now we can have our first semi-final clash of the day, and it's going to be between Celtic and Bayern München.
All the game will be difficult. They are all strong players. We know each other. We just need to win 2 games to access to the final. So it will be our main goal.
Let's go Bayern!
All right. Looking very good indeed. Well, the Scottish side certainly have been one of the surprise packages of the campaign so far due to their fabulous performances. And speaking of surprises, that's exactly what you can find in the Celtic Club Pack. Okay, well, let's find out then, shall we, who is going to be squaring off against one another in Game 1 between Celtic and Bayern München. And it looks as though it's going to be the captain for the Scottish side, Kills You, someone who will very likely be firing out of the gate on all cylinders as one of the best players of the tournament so far. He's already scooped up an award for best player of the group, and on top of that, he's undefeated and certainly making all kinds of headwaves so far. He'll be going up against Jose, a very tough competitor indeed, as we saw earlier today, and someone who is very much locked and loaded with all kinds of confidence. This is a mouth-watering clash for us to start things off. Both teams, again, swinging for the hills, if you like, really going big in game one to set this tone properly for the first semi-final.
Two of my favorite players to watch going head-to-head here for game one of a semi-final is just, it's exactly what you would expect at this level and at this stage of the competition. Kills for me has been one of the most impressive talents in recent years in eFootball. His emergence since 2019 has just been on an upward trajectory since. On the other side, you have a Jose and a Bayern team, Wes, that just seems to have a bit of knockout football magic about them. They've done it in domestic competitions in the past. In this competition, surely they couldn't go all the way again, right?
Well, are they going to spoil the Celtic party? That's the real question here. We talk about players and we talk about favourites and Semra pointed out about preferred players. You can't have a preferred player here because there's so many different players that give you different things. For Kills, it's firepower and it's the ability to execute complex moves in very tight spaces. Meanwhile, on Jose's side of things, it's the experience. It's that mentality of being able to grind out performances when you really need it. And all of these matchups that we're seeing, these players will know each other, but not to an extent where they'll know exactly what's going to happen here. We see differences in shapes. Celtic a 4-3-3, Bayern a 3-5-2. How much is that going to impact the way that these games form? Is a 3 at the back going to be overwhelmed by a 3 in attack? Are Bayern going to dominate the midfield? There's so many different questions here that we're only ever going to know once kickoff commences and once we get into these games.
We are moments away from kicking off the final four of this competition. We have Roma and Monaco waiting in the second semi-final, but our attentions first turn to this match that is very easy on the palate indeed. It is Celtic versus Bayern, Kills versus Jose. And we are underway. Semi-final number one. Bayern versus Celtic. A reminder, this is a best of three here, but for now, I thought it was going to be Kingsley Coman. Almost said Kills. He had some defending to do, Wes, but has conceded a corner here early on. Jose starting very well.
Well, this will be an early indicator in the sense of my thought process is, if you got your buy into the semi-final, are you now going to be cold coming into these games? And will, if Jose can get an early goal, is that then going to frustrate Kills? And is that going to frustrate potentially Celtic as a whole? Is that the game plan for Bayern Munich, to attack early, get that goal? And we're going to obviously find out as these games go on whether it's any type of effect.
On the corner, comes to nothing in the end, but Bayern still retain possession afterwards as Koeman, who had that early chance for the German club, is in possession currently. Now a chance to see Kills come forward. Hatate and Maeda will be two to look out for. Just the one featured player in their team, and I believe that is Callum McGregor. Of course, these squads locked at a dream team rating of 2,300, so you have to make decisions, and one decision has been made perfectly there by Jose to find Serge Gnabry. 10 minutes in, the first goal of our semi-finals is scored by Jose, 1-0 to Bayern.
Got himself off running very, very quickly. We talk about doing things that you're not expecting. When he's got that dummy there and it's Lewandowski, you think, oh, okay, he's gonna take the shot. He's gonna try and beat Joe Hart. Instead, looks for the pass inside, and we'll see it again here. You just see Sabitza's pulling up for it. You can see that Gnabry just sneaks into the shot, and finds the back of the net. You can see that Kilzu shaking the head already. He knows he's in the game here, and this will again. How good are you, Kilzu? How good are you in these types of environments when you're under pressure? Again, we don't really know it from a 1v1 perspective how good Kilzu is underneath that pressure.
Something tells me there's going to be plenty of goals to talk about in the highlight package following this game. The first of which has come by way of Captain Jose. Gnabry trying to feed Koeman in behind, and this is of course a captain versus captain affair if I'm not mistaken. This is Kilzu's first season as captain of Celtic FC. That ball has run all the way through, but a lot of pressure on Kilzu's shoulders this season, not only coming into a new team and coming out of his shell from a more conventional co-op play style, now into 1 versus 1s this season. His first real test of best of 3s in this competition, Wes. Alongside captaining a new club, that is a lot of pressure to put on one player.
Yeah, it's huge, but if there's a player, as we've seen so far, that can shoulder that type of pressure, it is Kilzu. You know, he had his breakout seasons in previous iterations of the competition. He's had a very, very good start to his performances in a Celtic shirt. But if anybody's going to shoulder that type of burden, it certainly is Kilzu.
Celtic in the final third now. Can't quite thread the needle. So far, Jose's defensive work rate has been very well, and Gnabry will shrug off Turnbull, who was giving chase. Just ramping up now at Bayern. Can Sané get his cross in? The answer is no. Of course, we'll keep reminding you throughout the day, this is no longer a case of goal difference, points, none of that. It's all about a best of 3 games. We will go to extra time and penalties if they are so required, which makes this all the more a nervous affair. Approaching the half-hour mark, here is Sané, just taking it beyond himself slightly, but the Celtic man does him a big favour and will grant Bayern München a corner now. Swung in very dangerously. You know how effective corners can be in eFootball. Kimmich with a stunning cross, and the header is there, but just underneath it was Robert Lewandowski. I think Kilzu is livid that his defence doesn't get anything on that.
Yeah, I think more so. I think as we saw in the top left-hand corner of your screen there, I think he's more annoyed that he's not had a lot of the ball. I think it's 70-30 in terms of the possession stat at the moment. He's not really had anything to kind of go on. And, you know, as much as we talk about, you know, as I said, we spoke about players potentially being cold. The advantage for those who have come in and already played a quarter-final is that you're already warm to what you're doing in the game. As you can see here, Jose trying to get through again, but you can see that the confidence is there from him. It's now just a case of Kills who's got to get running here.
May just take him a little bit of time then to warm up. It's a good point you make, because Jose already having played not only a full 90 but a full 120, going all the way to penalties against the Palma to open up the knockout stages. So plenty of game time under his belt. Of course, Kills you would have been warming up, but tournament game time and practice game time, very different indeed. We'll see how long it takes Kills you to warm up as Turnbull on the turn is shepherded away. starting to have a bit more success now as kills you, and it's a bit of a mess, but he seems to see through the forest of players. He's trying to find a lane with McGregor attempting the pass, but Marcel Sabitzer is just on top of that back four. Back three, I should say. It's Maeda. Well, the referee had a good look at it, but it is cleared up the pitch. And a good end to the first half, I should say, from Kilsue of Celtic, but it is the German club, Bayern, who enter the break 1-0.
It feels a little bit like Jose is just blunting the sword of Celtic as we'll listen in.
Il y a un truc, il y a un truc. C'est que si je frôle son joueur, je perds la balle.
So you mentioned Wes, just blunting the sword of Kilsue so far. How do you sharpen that sword again? Do you make any changes? Do you consult maybe your two teammates, Ayaz Babisk and Lotfi on the sidelines?
I think you lean on their experience and you say, look, I'm having trouble getting hold of the ball here. Like, you know, tactically, are there any switches we can make? I think when Celtic do get the ball, they need to retain it for a period of time, because at the moment Bayern just keep seeming to running all over them.
Good start to the second half, and who was that waiting at the near post? I think it was Kingsley Coman. Kyogo trying to bring the ball forward, but Jose has done well in the middle third of the pitch. The midfield battle certainly seemingly to be won by him. Hatate. That's a rare misplaced pass, and quite high up the pitch as well, but for some reason Kilsue just does not look himself so far today. Great ball to find Lewandowski down the channel, and we've seen this before. About to say not where you want Lewandowski on the ball over on that far side, but I seem to remember saying that moments before a Bayern player has scored a goal in the past, so this time I'll shut my mouth. Corner then will come out to Kimmich, who goes for goal, had a clear sight of it. Wide this time though.
We're talking about player positioning. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I think these pro players look at things completely differently than how we would. We'd probably say, well, if you're on the touchline, there's nothing you can do to fashion a chance from there. And instead, they'll find skill moves, super cancels, dummies that will open up passing lanes. I think here in these types of positions, as we've just seen the ball peter out again, for Kilsue, you've got to have a better quality of possession there. You know, yes, all right, if the chance doesn't open up, you have to utilise the ball that you have at your feet. You have to make the space.
Aguanto un poco a Nabri, después meto a Coman un poco arriba, ¿no? Que nos falta un poco más de estamina y luego ya...
Parce que là, tes frères, t'as eu 0, tu
Tío, lo estoy intentando, pero ya me estoy por atrás.
Ya, tío, que no bajes, sigue.
Seguimos igual, nene. Vamos.
Well, that's one of the best player audios we've had so far. And it may sound a bit frantic to those at home, but I think it perfectly encapsulates how evenly poised this game is. Our mark has been and gone. Just one goal in it, and here is Forrest for Kilsue, just waiting for him to wake up in this game. It's dangerously across goal. But there are conversations being had. Both of these players consulting teammates on what to expect in this final half hour. Kyogo is through, and it's Maeda there to give chase. Forrest wins the ball back fairly. Maeda is there. Still on here for Celtic.
Anywhere will do if you're Bayern. Anywhere will do to try and evade that type of pressure. But again, it's better quality of possession from Kilsue. It's more dangerous.
It's coming forward here again. Maeda is in the middle. Somehow does not come away with a goal. This is more like the Kills we know and love. Maeda coming through again, and Kyogo is there! And it's saved this time, but would not have counted anyway. Kills has woken up, and I think that will trouble Jose here in game one.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's from changing Kyogo into a centre forward and putting James Forrest out wide off of the substitutes bench. You've now got a Jetty coming on, who, again, for those of you who aren't well versed in Celtic's lineup, a Jetty is more of a physical presence. So if you're looking at Kills you're probably looking for an aerial ball, and you can see that potentially Bayern Munich may be changing to a 5 at the back here, potentially.
Well, they started with a 3, so even if they don't opt for that 5, they've still stated their intent here with just pulling some bodies back to help out on the defensive side of the ball.
And interestingly, from our Spanish translator in the studio, Jose's been instructed to just try and mimic what Kilzu is doing from a tactical advantage, and again, it stands to reason. If somebody goes and plays a player out wide, you have to match it. You can't just leave him out there, especially James Forrest, who is as quick as he is and as nimble as he is. You can't leave him out there because he's a very, very potent threat in terms of a dribbling force within this Celtic side.
So play is underway once more. Maeda is getting so much more space now. The likes of Upamecano will need to be alert. Something that Jose has done well is read those types of midfield passes. It's been, for me, the difference maker so far. Robert Lewandowski on that far side again, trying to cut inside. He's won the ball back here, 15 minutes to go, beats his man. Sane is there. Good turn in the box as well. There are players lining up, and Koeman is there. They were lining up and lining up. But Koeman doubles the lead in game one. Jose looks on track to pull out another result here for Bayern München. 2-0 now.
Well, we talk about the ricochet off the post that falls into the path of Kingsley Coman, I believe it was. But it's Sane's feet. It's Sane's feet there, and it's the decisive move of the Celtic defender as well. Let's not just be said that it's just the skill of the Bayern player to open up the space. It's the fact that Kilsy's gone the wrong way. So as a result, that goal, again, you talk about it's a plus point from Bayern's point of view. It's a negative from Kilzu. Just guessed the wrong way, and as a result, Sane had all the time in the world to pick his opportunity out. And 2-0 to Bayern, 10 minutes left on the clock. This is challenging to say the least if you're Kilzu to potentially try and get this back even to level. This will be a very hard task for him, but let's see how this pans out.
There is a player that can do it. It is Kilzu, and well, there is a chance here to get one back. And it is Ajeti, a real super sub for Celtic FC. And there is still time here, Wes. There is still time for Kilzu to come back.
There's enough time on the clock, and it's enough time to make a difference here. Again, ball's pinched in possession, pinched in transition. It's a cut across. It's a sliding opportunity as well. You know, we've seen those, as we saw in the Barcelona game. We've seen them go wide. We've seen them go into the back of the nets at times for Bayern Munich. Now Bayern Munich suffer a very similar fate here. From Celtic's point of view, it is now game on. It is very, very tentative. It's going to be cagey. If you're Jose, you're probably going to want to try and kill the game off. If you're, Kilzu, you're going to want to try and push the issue.
Push the issue and maybe push players up here as well. Here we can see what effect that latest goal from Kilzu has done to the players' philosophies here. We can take a little listen now.
Ça 3. T'as rien à perdre. Hein. C'est le mettre, non?
Mira su formación.
Ouais. Son pied, son match est fini. Hein.
Vamos, Capi, tú puedes con esto. Vamos, vamos. No se regala kickoff, ¿eh? Vamos.
Voy para atrás y la tiro arriba, ¿no? ¿O qué?
Que tú te notes confiante, gordo.
También, sí, sí.
It's a complete contrast, isn't it, to the frantic conversations that were happening around the hour mark. It's now, with 5 minutes to go, very much a more nervous affair.
Well, you just, at this point, you're trying to just take the emotion, the adrenaline out of the room. When you're scoring a second goal, everyone's shouting and hooping and hollering. The minute a goal goes in, though, all of a sudden the mood in the room will completely change. And, you know, if you're Bayern, they've done essentially the right things. That's an unforced error there. I was about to say that from a formation standpoint, they've put in 3 defensive midfielders. They're trying to build that red brick wall that we saw before, but this could be a problem.
The keeper comes and punches, and Roman's defensive work is good enough for now. We're approaching the 89th, should I say 90th minute. An equaliser would come from Celtic. We would go to extra time. McGregor crossed in. Ajeti is there. There is still time to get this ball forward. But we are approaching the 3rd of 3 added on. Kilsey has done it with the last kick of the game in the groups, but the knockout stages might just be one too big a task for the young Frenchman.
Il fait un quart de mauvaise décision, il rate des passes tout seul.
Celebrations in the Bayern camp.
Je peux pas aller.
1 foot in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 Grand Finals. They are up 1-0 now in this best of 3. One word for that, Wes. Attritional?
Yeah, I think so. I think we look at the method in how Jose has pulled out another big performance for his team. I think we're gonna have to find him a nickname of the spoiler, because he just seems to just be spoiling every attacking threat. It's Kilzu who was the next victim of his. Just could not get it going, and was left at long periods of that game being nullified. Manual saves we saw defensive blocks, we saw a lot of good work from him. You see another just off the post there. I mean, even if that doesn't hit the post, it's heading towards the goalkeeper. As you can see here, again another big opportunity, big manual save, but he was just offside anyway. But you could see here, this was the goal. You'll see the kind of definitive move there. You see that the defender has gone for the move and has given Sane the opportunity to turn the other way. So, we look at individual errors and mistakes. We said at this level, this is what these players are going to seize upon.
At that point, at 2-0, the emotions very much contrasting on either side of the controller. But at 2-0, you're thinking, okay, yep, Bayern looking control now. But then, of course, Kilsey said, well, don't forget about me. I'm the best player of Group A. And Ajeti, the sub, who you did mention, Wes, has been a very strong player for Celtic to bring on, slid one in, but it was just not enough. They left it too late, didn't they, Celtic?
Yeah, they did. I mean, again, you talk about the attacking threat that was there, but it was just too little too late in that game, and we'll see whether in game 2 Celtic can recover and bounce back it.
They're going to have to here, Semra, because right now, Bayern, they're 1 foot in the finals.
And you've got to love the effusive celebrations as well from Jose and his teammates. So vocal in the way that they celebrated every goal there. They're really pumped with all kinds of enthusiasm, of confidence, of momentum, call it whatever you want. But it's certainly going to make things very tricky for Celtic in game 2. So let's go ahead and see then who is going to be in the lineup for this one, because Celtic will need to come out strong if they're to try and keep a foothold in this matchup, and it's going to be Lotfi. This is interesting. Lotfi, he started out the day as 5th in the goal scoring charts. He had 7 to his name, so they'll be hoping that he brings his goal scoring boots for today. But having said that, he's only picked up 1 win so far, and he's going to be going up against Mestre. Now, Wes, I think you called Jose the spoiler. Well, I think maybe we can call Mestre the cleaner. He already did it in the first match in the quarterfinals. He cleaned things up straight away in game 2 and took them into the semi-finals. He may just do the same here once again. They're certainly on a roll. Celtic do seem to be a little bit slow burning at the moment in terms of getting themselves up to pace and up to speed in the competition. So this really is a fascinating one, considering that Lotfi is kind of the one with the least amount of points so far for Celtic on the board from group stage. It's a bit of a switch up in terms of strategy from them compared to other clubs that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, you're probably looking at Lotfi as one of those players that you want to rely on for Celtic, but they just haven't been able to so far this season. When you look at his points tally. But the thing is, Wes, knockout football is the time to repay your club's faith in you, and if you can get a result here against Mestre, well, you'd forget all about the group stages, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's curious to see that it's not AS Babisk in game 2. But saying that, as you said, if Lotfi can deliver a performance here that gives them a win and gives them a lifeline, nobody will be talking about group stage performances. They'll all be talking about what happened in the knockout. So it's one of those games. It's hotly going to be anticipated. You're going to look at Mestre to be the attacking force he's been, but you're going to look for Lotfi to just try and secure a win in any way that he can. And this is it for Celtic. We talked about how free scoring, how how they had probably, I think it was the maximum or the most points out of any club in the group stage, both across A and B. Now it comes to a choice of whether they can perform in this best-of-3 format.
Well, we're moments away from kickoff. You can see the players just getting ready and loading into the game. So now's the time to thank Semra and the crew in the studio. And of course, thank you all at home for joining us. Semi-final number 1, game number 2. You're in best-of-3s, so with Bayern 1 game up, Celtic have to win. Maeda gets us underway. It will be the Scottish club attacking from left to right, controlled of course by Lotfi. And on the other side you have Bayern with Mestre, who has time and time again come up trumps for Bayern. And I have a question for you, Wes. Do you think Jose and Mestre might be the best 1-2 punch that we have in eFootball Championship Pro? I might just come back to you as Celtic look to start this game off very strongly, but that one will dribble out of play.
Yeah, I think certainly as of now, in terms of in-form 1-2 punches, they're right up there. I mean, again, we've spoken at length about the quality of players across this competition. Again, it shows the level that these guys can get to, and how, it's not always, the one game that you see of them isn't always the most telling of them as individuals, as we're seeing at the moment.
Oh, Lewandowski almost running in behind. Both clubs starting off strongly, though. That's what we want to see. We love open games. For Lotfi, though, needs to keep his concentration, especially at the back, because Bayern can be dangerous. Here is Kyogo. Through to Maeda. Handled well defensively by Mestre. Kyogo, that's a fantastic ball, and the strike's not bad either. Hatate with the double touch, but it's knocked behind for a corner.
Sometimes the eagerness can get to you when you've got this opportunity here. When it comes back to Hatate, the eagerness to jump in and try and take that ball back quickly, you have to maybe anticipate the fact that there's a skill move or a dummy or something coming back the other way. So it was good defensive work from Mestre, but Lotfi finds himself in a very profitable position here. Let's see if he can capitalise.
Celtic corner. Oh, it's a real hash made of it by the Bayern keeper. lucky to get away with that one. Maeda. What can he conjure up here? Turnbull is battling for it, but Lotfi versus Mestre. I use the term so often, but it is e-footballing royalty. These two have clashed plenty of times on the international stage, club and country, in PES League in the past. It's been a joy to watch these two perform. There can only be one winner. 20 minutes gone. Lotfi has started this one a bit more brightly, as we maybe would have expected him to, Wes, knowing that he has to win this game too.
Yeah, it's nice to see him on the front foot in terms of his abilities, as we see going through here. He's just cut out at the last moment, goes for a corner ball. He knows he's got to, you know, you can't just grind out a draw or anything. It'll just go to extra time and the game will keep ticking. You've got to put something in and get the goal in.
Oh, that corner was so dangerous. Still to come in here, but this time the Bayern keeper able to claim. Lotfi, he is knocking on the door. And I think most importantly, he has successfully so far kept Mestre of Bayern pretty quiet. Not too much to write home about on the Bayern front.
Well, it's twofold with their goalkeeper, or at least there's a couple of things to look at, in the sense that it's not Manuel Neuer that's in goal, it's Sven Ulrich. Two things to point out. One, it's obviously to potentially help with keeping the collective strength of the teams down to 2,300. The other bit to point out about Manuel Neuer as an item or as a card in this game is his offensive goalkeeper trait. It basically means that he'll be out of goal quite further up the pitch than you would normally see. We saw it in previous iterations of the games where we saw, beyond halfway goals because he was out of position. It's something that these guys will have taken into account and gone, well, actually, let's not have him in goal because it's a trait that could potentially cost us. But also lends itself to the fact that they're trying to keep the team strength down.
It's a good point you make, Wes. Of course, last season we saw 2 halfway line goals against Neuer, so Bayern obviously happy to learn their lesson. They're coming forward here. Sane to Koeman. Improvised finish, but not on target. Good chance though. More and more this game ticks on, the more Celtic, and no doubt Lotfi will be thinking, I have to win this game by whatever means.
Yeah, that's the key point here. Just get yourselves across the line. Doesn't matter how it comes, whether it's off of a shin, whether it's off of the back of the head, wherever which way it's going to happen. So long as you can make it pay and make it count, doesn't matter how you get there. It's so long as you get there.
Koeman into the feet of Gnabry, and Sane will gather. Kyogo now. Celtic can break here. Atate. No pressure on him. Very standoffish defence so far. Goretzka has physically taken him off the ball.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Referee having none of that one. Just the 1 minute added on of the first half, and Bayern, they still come forward. Hitting though, stepping up, will signal the end of a first half that, despite being goalless, had its chances. And now at the break, as we take a look at some of the statistics, might be an opportunity for either one of these players to just reassess their teams and swap up some tactics, perhaps.
Vamos por el hecho, vamos. Hay que buscarlo.
no time to pause. The second half is underway. And we heard the voice of Alex Alguacil there in the background. Almost turned cheerleader at this point. Saying, come on, let's go. There's a time to go. It's right now. We could secure our spot in the final here and now. All Bayern would have to do is win. If you're just joining us, do not forget there is no aggregate score. It's not about points now. It is a best of 3 games. Who can win 2 out of 3 games of eFootball? Koeman. Long ball for Lewandowski. He's sandwiched between 2 defenders, but somehow gets away with the ball. It will result in a corner. For Schuler at that back post, and he's found him! Lotfi is absolutely incredulous. How did that find the head for Mestre? It's brilliantly orchestrated to put Bayern into the lead 1-0.
Yeah, we saw Lotfi trying to pull off that exact same move, and you saw, you know, his opportunity hit the post. Instead, it's found ahead of Nicolas Soule. You can see creeping into the back post. We've seen this corner time and time again. It's about execution. You can see that the actual Celtic defender, he was trying to defend it actually off of the pitch. You saw the ability, or you saw the defender be off the pitch. And you know, for as much as Lotfi may be complaining about that type of goal, he was trying to score it down the other end. So you know, turnabout is fair play here.
Well, the unfortunate thing for Celtic fans watching is that may signal their cue to exit the competition. If it were to stay like this, Bayern would advance. Still a lot of time to play with. Ball into the feet of Turnbull, who's willing to make a run here for Celtic. Tate. Something tells me that was not the intended recipient for that one, and it's going to have to be a reassess, I feel, of the approach here from Lotfi, because right now Mestre seems to be getting the better of him. Cuts inside here as well. Luckily, McGregor is there to clean things up, but once more Mestre on this near side, twisting and turning and finding Lewandowski. The dummy just could not be controlled well enough here, Wes.
Yeah, a little bit too heavy of a dummy there. Just took it away from himself, as well as the Celtic defender. Just didn't quite have the right amount of skill to keep that going. But again, it's all for Celtic to do now. They've got to find a way in.
Oh, my Aidan! Who is there? It's Tate! They've got to find a way in, and find a way in they have.
That's more like it, Lotfi. That's more like it. Again, it was direct, and it was using that pace of Maeda against the back line of Bayern Munich. It was one ball there, gets through. It's a brilliant through ball, and again, it's a decent save from Ulrich. But again, it's the price you pay for having a goalkeeper that's potentially a little bit weaker than your number one. But those are the choices you've got to make in this format. Tate's there to swipe it home for Celtic. And we are back to level. It's back to as you were.
Nothing to be said there from Mestre. He knows when you take a shot early like that from Lotfi, there's always the danger of it being parried back into danger. And it's happened here. And a huge goal for the Celtic season.
T'as perdu, Maguire, le problème. Le problème, c'est qu'il est.
Celui que j'ai perdu. L'autre stream devant.
Vale, vamos a ver cómo está el equipo y en función de eso nos movemos.
Je veux juste pas avoir un angle.
Substitution on the field. Number 14.
Interesting listening to
Number 41.
the two teams after that goal going in. Lotfi very much clear about what he wants to do. Mestre seemed to be more absorbing what his teammates were saying, maybe things to consider. He's going forward here with Gnabry, but the ball in the end actually never even comes to him.
What's interesting about the tactical switches there, it's very much akin to the same type of tactical switch that we saw from Killsu in game 1. Have a winger that goes out wide and try and draw the defence out.
Oh, Ajeti is in here! From 1-0 down to taking the lead in a matter of moments. And it could be huge from Lotfi to push this semi-final to a game 3 and keep Celtic's hopes alive.
That's real eye of the needle type of pass. You'll see it again here. It's from Callum McGregor outside of the boot, just rolls agonisingly through two defenders, and it's a Jetty again off the bench. It's that physical attribute, that physical to stay up and stay on your feet. But even from that reaction, it's muted. They know that they've still, Celtic as a whole know they've still got to see this out to get it to game 3. That's the objective here.
No te estreses en eso. Te va a abrir el equipo, es lo que ha buscado tu partida.
Pour attaquer, c'est vrai qu'avoir des latéraux, c'est pas bête.
Tu vas 2 ou 3 pausas.
Sur Soro. Et voilà, faut prier, hein. Faut prier les refs, hein.
C'est ce qu'on fait depuis tout à l'heure, frère.
Banda derecha al extremo para que recibas solo. Que es donde tienes más descubierto tú.
Queda tiempo, vamos.
Vamos, Mestre, confía.
Substitution.
So we enter the final 15 in-game minutes with Celtic after being 1-0 down in the driver's seat now. And Mestre almost looked a little defeated before play resumed here. He knows how difficult it is to try and get a result from this position against a player such as Lotfi's caliber. And it's go time now for Bayern. Put it down to Gnabry. Koeman with the double touch, looking for Marcel Sabitzer. Oh, what a ball that is through to Maeda. If he can bring it under his spell well enough, it could have been a chance. End-to-end stuff here. Free kick, quite a ways out. Kimmich steps up and though Hart has been shifted across to gather that one. Do we think, Wes, is that the last chance of game 2?
Well, if Killsu's performances in previous games have anything to go by, is until the final whistle's gone, there's always a chance here.
Gnabry can flash it across the face, perhaps. Koeman is there as well. Well, he's shepherded off the ball. And all eyes on the referee. What has he given? It is only a free kick, but it is right on the line. Flashed across the face towards Müller, but no contact made. Nervy moments there for Celtic.
Real heart in mouth moment there if you're Celtic. I think everybody in the ground probably thought that was a pen, but it was right on the edge. I think any closer into the box, that would have been a penalty. But again, Celtic won't mind. The danger has been cleared, at least for now. There's at least 3 minutes plus a little bit of change left on the clock, and Makana looks to recover that ball.
Trying to go down the wing is
4 added minutes has been indicated.
Tackled well. 4 minutes added on due to all the stoppages here in the second half of game 2. If there's a time to get an equaliser, it is now. Another free kick lifted towards Bayern München. Could be decisive. Kimmich steps up over the wall, corner. We saw Bayern's goal come from a corner, so not the worst result in the world, and that one was destined for the back of the net. So the wall doing its job well. Maintain concentration here. It's the name of the game for Lotfi. It's swung in, it's put in a dangerous area, but cleared away. Sabitzer, can he turn? The answer is yes. Keeps the ball in play as well. So many Bayern bodies in there, and Koeman has stayed on his feet. Gnabry tackled by Bitton, and Mestre knows the game is over. We are headed to a decisive game 3 for the first time today. The two clubs trading games.
Ils sont nuls, frère. Faut juste pas sortir en fait. Toujours tu sors pas, ils savent pas jouer.
Mestre knew it was in his hands at 1-0 up. But credit to Lotfi, credit to Celtic. They maintain their hopes here in semi-final number 1 as we head towards a game 3.
Yeah, and we saw that, like we said, that championship DNA that we saw from some of our players. We saw it from Lotfi in absolute abundance. Again, the ability to get himself back off the floor after conceding a set piece, getting himself back off the floor, making substitutes, making tactical switches, getting himself back into the game. It was great to see. I think he's incredulous at this point. He's certainly annoyed at this point that corner's got in. But to be able to recompose yourself, to be able to get yourself back into, the present, and to spot this type of pass. It was a great pass in to Maeda. Big save from the goalkeeper into the path of Hatate. We've seen it time and again in this competition that it's the first to react at rebounds. Hatate got them that foothold back into the game.
Yeah, sometimes you roll the dice with that type of chance. And one thing I love about Lotfi is when he's passionate, you'll be speaking to him normally, he'll have the deepest voice ever, and then when something goes against him, the voice enters the upper pitches of the octaves. But either way, this was the goal to send Celtic to a game 3 here against Bayern München. A incredible performance, an incredible one from Lotfi, and reminding us, Semra, that he is here to help his team into that grand finals. We're going to a game 3.
We are going to a game 3 indeed, and as you rightly say, for the first time today, if you can believe it. So we finally have a match where it's all going to be decided in that final game 3 of a particular matchup. So let's see then. We already know it's not last but not least, but it's going to be Asbebisk against Alex Alguacil, and this one really does have a lot of an intrigue factor to it. Asbebisk, we were talking about how it was a bit of a surprise him not going second, but perhaps it was a smart move by leaving him to go in game 3 to be the one to really take them into the final, because he's been very impressive in his return to this competition after a year off. 2 wins, only 1 loss so far for him, and he really has been a major threat for the Scots. Alex, he hasn't played yet today. He also has been very disappointing in this season, and he hasn't won a single game so far. So the pressure perhaps is going to be on him to really step up and deliver if they're going to go through the German side. So a very interesting one indeed. How do you see this one playing out between these two?
Yeah, I think disappointed is the right term to use for Alex's season. I know fans of his won't want to hear it, but knowing Alex as we do, he expects the best out of himself. He expects much better results, much better performances. The beauty of it, by Mestre losing that game too is that now he gets to prove to his teammates, his clubs, his fans that he is here and he deserves to be at this spot. He has to go up against, though, a very strong player in AS Babisk. When you look at the points accrued throughout the group stages between the two players, the disparity is quite large in favor of AS Babisk. So Celtic fans will be looking at this one with, big eyes, thinking that, hey, there's a chance for us to get to the grand finals tomorrow through AS Babisk. But Alex has a point to prove here, Wes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We go into this kind of scenario where actually the storyline is pretty simple. You have a player who is basically has kind of almost, as we said, flattered to deceive. We've seen you use that phrase a lot in terms of players who have not quite brought themselves almost to the figurative dance, as it were, in terms of Alex Alguacil. And on the flip side of that, for Celtic, you have a player who has a very big chip on his shoulder, as we've seen from AS Babisk, and we saw from other players in this competition. Some may have raised questions as to their inclusion in these sides. But AS Babisk has proved it all the way through. He's proved it through all of these games that we've seen so far. He's absolutely worth this slot in this Celtic side. So you have grudges to bear on both of these players, and now it comes down to the knockout part of this, where it is now, this is it. For one of these teams, someone's going home, figuratively, of course, because we are remote in these times. But somebody's going home. Somebody's going out of this competition. It's either Bayern or it's Celtic.
It's the last dance for one of these two clubs in this season's competition. In terms of getting a grand finals place, of course, the losers of each semi-final will play tomorrow in a third place playoff to decide, of course, the third place club in this season's competition. But as we are just watching over the players getting ready, setting up their teams, a thank you to Semra and the team in the studio who have gotten us to this point. A do or die tournament life match between Celtic and Bayern. I mean, I'm no body language expert, Wes, but AS Babisk looks very hungry and very up for this.
Yeah, he does. He's looked like that throughout the entirety of this competition. He has very much looked like hey, this is me. I'm proving my point here and now. Whereas with Alex, we've earmarked him as a player who probably keeps a little bit more emotion to, in terms of emotional cards, he keeps them to his chest. So I think there is going to be an internal desire with Alex that he'll want to see this through for his team. And then on the flip side, as we've said, AS Babisk will want to put that marker down to say, hey, I'm getting us to the finals here. This is my opportunity. So there's all of these different types of quandaries and questions that we have to answer. We'll certainly find them out during these potentially 90, if not 120 minutes of gameplay and potentially a penalty shootout. We'll certainly find out who is worth their mettle in this competition.
Both lineups locked in, both players locked in and ready to go. Game 3, a deciding game 3 between Celtic Football Club and Bayern München in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 season. By the end of this game, we will have our first grand finalist. Will it be Celtic or will it be Bayern? The players are AS Babisk and Alex Alguacil. Two incredible players. They could not be set up more perfectly here. If you're thinking about nervy games, this is one of the most nervous situations you can be as an e-footballer. One of the most nervous situations, of course, second to being in that final in this comparable situation, but knockout football comes with all kinds of pressure. Pressure makes diamonds. Here is Goretzka just taken down by Carter Vickers, and this one will be an early corner for Alex Alguacil of Bayern.
Yeah, don't know about your heart rate, Harry, but mine's up just watching it. I don't know how these guys will feel being in it. It's certainly, for the opening 10 minutes, it's been all Bayern.
Corner coming in, and again looking for the big frame of Süle, and Koeman has gone all the way through. Not a single Celtic player stepping up, and Kingsley Coman just waltzes his way through, gets the strike away. It's on target. It's 1-0.
So there's an issue with that, in the sense of when Coman picks this ball up, because of the heavy touch that's taken into the box, you'll see here, if anybody even goes about touching it, it's a penalty. So if you're AS Babisk, you've got no choice but to essentially let that happen, because you can either be down to 10 men, you can be conceding a penalty. Again, the corner causes enough chaos as it is, and to kind of steal your words from earlier on, it was a bit of a shallow clearance to begin with. But as soon as Koeman takes that heavy touch into the box, Celtic can't touch him, and as a result, it allows that opportunity there. And you can hear the almost muted celebration, because again, as we've said, early goals mean absolutely nothing. It gives you an opportunity, it gives you a platform, sure, but it means nothing in the grand scheme of things at the moment.
A great assessment of it, Wes, that the touch and the momentum in which Koeman was coming onto the ball meant that Celtic were just left watching helpless. Alex Alguacil, though, in the driver's seat. This is game 3 of a best of 3. But still plenty of time on the clock. Alex, though, has started off really well. Mane with the cross in, looking for Lewandowski. This will be another corner. We saw chaos from the first, Wes. It could be a case of double trouble here.
Yeah, and that's the issue. Every time a corner is given away in this competition, I think viewers at home, ourselves in the commentary box, I think we're looking at this and going, it's as good as a penalty, because of the way, if you can time your delivery perfectly, if you can time your run perfectly, especially if you've got physical attributes in the box and units in the box, such as Lewandowski, Süle, and alike, and Upamecano, you've got plenty of options to aim at. So I think for these guys, they're vital.
Of course, we have to remember when these two met in the group stages as well. It was 2-1 to AS Babisk, and I hate to say, but Alex Alguacil tests the keeper again. Scored first on that occasion as well.
Yeah, will history repeat itself is the real question here. I think it's a big save there, and again, a little bit of a variant of that corner, as we've tended to call it now. Heading it back across goal, heading it back. If you know the opportunity is not on to shoot at goal, head it back across, cause the defence to have another question about it. And again, at the moment, it is all Bayern, and these switches, as we'll see here, these numerous switches in corner taker, it's to disrupt that defensive unit. It's to disrupt it. As you'll see, every time the player gets dragged out, it's a case they've got to drag them back in again. So you've got to be mindful of everything that's around you if you're Celtic.
It will be another corner. More gamesmanship, more switching to try and find that hole, and more time for AS Babisk to guess when that delivery's coming in. It's so dangerous the way it flashes across goal. But Sabitzer this time can't get his effort on target. It was a tough angle, but pressure relieved off of the Celtic back line for now.
Yeah, momentarily away from Celtic's back line, but again, it's now going to be a case of, as we said during Kilsyu's game, it's about quality of possession. When you get the ball, if you're Celtic, for example, you have to utilise that possession correctly. If there's not an opportunity on, you're going to have to be patient, as we see AS Babisk try and force it through. Instead, you're going to have to try and be patient here and give yourself a bit of wiggle room and move players forward.
Ball through to Lewandowski. Just take a moment to sit back and appreciate the action on the stage that we have in front of us. Kyogo is unable to bring the ball under his spell. Both players, by the way, locked in completely. Concentration levels utmost, but that's a huge mistake. It's an absolute clanger to be dropped by Alex Alguacil. A gift. And as I'm talking about concentration, it's the commentator's curse. It's 1-1.
You need to stop talking, Harry. That's what you need to do. No, but you can see here, you can see what Alex is trying to do. He's trying to build up from the back. The issue becomes is that he's chosen the wrong player to go back to. It's open Meccano back to Ulrich. You can see Maeda is just going to close that down immediately. And again, for a player like AS Babisk, he will take those gifts all day long. He won't mind. It's level now. It gives you a different base to work with. And I think even if you look at the Celtics lineup, potentially that is a real get for them. They've got themselves back into the game. It's now going to be a case of who takes the next step.
1-1 then. Alex will be ruining the mistake, and for AS Babisk, it's somewhat of a lifeline. Maeda still coming through with the ball here. Don't forget when these two met in the group stages. Finished 2-1 in favour of AS Babisk. The question we were asking ourselves is history going to repeat itself? So far, it's looking like it might just. Gnabry here turning really well. No options for a pass, so went for goal. Serge Gnabry, that is a slicing ball, and it's waiting here for Lewandowski, but off the frame. How big a chance might that be in the grand scheme of this semi-final?
Minutes has been indicated.
Now Hatate coming the other way, trying to make Bayern pay for their missed opportunities. But that is the fine margins we're working with here. Half time, 1-1.
Yeah, every chance is golden at this point. Every chance is vital. You can see Bayern have had the majority of chances. They've had the majority of the ball. But you can see that the majority of the ball has been with Bayern. So it's not through damage that AS Babisk has managed to get that goal. It's just through fortune because Bayern gave it away.
Lewandowski, surely. Is he offside? I thought the flag was going to come up, but the answer is no. Not offside. A Celtic defender playing him on after the rebound. And it's Alex back in front.
Keep your eyes at the bottom of your screen. Well, at least at the bottom of your screen if we had a different type of camera angle. Have a look at your player who's right next to Sane. I believe it might have been Taylor. It may have been. Where he's kind of dribbled it or where he's ran in to kind of take care of Sane. It's just not exited enough in time. And as a result, Robert Lewandowski, as the predator that he is, he will take it.
Partido serio, por favor, vamos. Lo estás haciendo muy bien. Vamos, vamos.
You can see that Alex is there going, yep, we've got this. We've got this in our hands. And they have got it back in their hands again. And again, if you're AS Babisk, I think that the worry here is, as we said before, if chances are coming all the time for your team, then you'll be like, oh, okay, well, we've got plenty of chances. The only chance he's had is from a Bayern mistake. Everything else has been Alex Alguacil and has been Bayern. So where do your chances now come from if you're AS Babisk?
Well, Alex is looking to turn the screw. Cross goal to Sabitzer. Celtic living dangerously here indeed. The referee will relieve some of that pressure. If we're a Celtic fan and Ayaz Babisk, you're probably hoping for another commentary curse from me. I'm afraid that may be the last you'll see of the curses today. That remains to be seen, of course. For now, though, Sane cannot bring the ball forward. There are the gaps at the back here. That's what Ayaz Babisk is looking for. We're on the hour mark now. Around the time where those substitutes can be the most important decision you can make in a game. Of course, these players have to remember to keep their dream team lineups under a collective strength of 2,300.
I think it may be time for a jetty if you're Celtic. If you're looking at that as your out ball, if you're looking at it as we're getting the ball up front and we're trying to cause issues, it might be time for the physical presence, because Maeda, the more tired he gets, the less likely he is to win those headers against the likes of Upamecano and Sule. It may be time for it.
Different dimension may be needed then for Celtic Football Club as they trail here. And Sabitzer, I'm not sure that Alex knew he was in possession of the ball there. But here is the pause with the expected changes, no doubt coming with it. Let's take a listen to our players here in this Game 3 of semi-final number 1.
Son los feelings que tú tengas, a lo mejor, no sé si 4 atrás. Es que lo que tú hayas ensayado para que si tú llegas en el 65 ganando hubieras puesto.
Miula y salgo por la izquierda con...
2301, Alex.
Sí.
Vale, no salgas del pause hasta que te lo digamos nosotros.
Si hago otro cambio, lo se va, así que no hay problema. Hago los dos, me espero.
Claro, haz el que te deje 2300 al menos. Si no, cambia los dos. Puedes meter a Coman por Nabri de delantero, si no, a lo mejor.
Puedo hacer esto solo el primer David.
Vale, eso como tú te veas.
Eso sí, si tú lo quieres, sí, si quieres hacer un cambio, sí, pero el otro no, porque si no, 2-3-0-1.
Claro.
Vamos.
Cuidado con eso, ¿vale? Y eso, Alex, a lo mejor una jugada más, en plan, te ves como estás atacando, y eso, y no la pierdas. O sea, te ves una jugada, te ves cómo la defiendes, y si no, yo pondría a lo mejor 75 los últimos 15 minutos, igual sí que metería algo más de muralla. Pero lo que tú veas.
Ya.
No, solo te pido que no regales. La que veas medio dudosa.
The benefit we haven't really spoken about yet, Wes, is the fact that we are in a Game 3 now, and the players that are communicating and giving you advice are two players that have already played against this Celtic lineup. They know the strengths of the opposition's dream team, what changes are necessary to see out this game.
Number 58.
Corner to come here for Bayern. Headed away, and there are the changes that we somewhat anticipated with a jetty coming on. And there could be a Celtic break on here as Ayaz Babisk looks to get back into this game. Good defensive work from Alex Alguacil, and now time maybe to spring an attack of his own.
Yeah, I think the telling point from there is, yes, you do have the advice of two players who've already played. The telling part for me there is the fact that Bayern were trying to make substitutions, and you could see it was just about to creep up past 2,300. They then have been almost forced to make another change to bring it back down. So you're almost having to make changes that you may not necessarily want to make, just to make sure that you are still underneath that level. Because you could see them working it out, going, well, could we put him here? Does that put the team strength over the top? And you could see them actively trying to work it out as to what position they could put players in. So you can see the dynamics that are at work here.
Well, you can't afford to upset that balance, and you can see there the collective strength in the bottom right-hand corner of the Dream team sheets. That number has to be below 2,300.
Eso como tú te veas, tío. Son 15 minutos que valen una final, ¿eh, Alex? Vamos.
Jose
Piensa en Müller,
telling
lo
Alex
necesitas por lo de
how much
Sané
time he had
y
left.
cuadramos
So,
química antes de
in terms
salir.
of
Eso
when to
como tú
switch
lo
this
ves.
tactic.
Sí, te tiene que estar.
Il y a que ton jeu. Hein. Et quand t'es avec un milieu, tu cherches un 3.
Fais tes phases. Après, si tu joues, si on perd, c'est pas grave. C'est que j'avance, frère. Après, j'avance avec Soro. Après, la récupère direct.
Ah, mais là, c'est pas toi. Mais juste. Ok, frère. Bon, tu cherches
Une action dans le match, frère.
milieu de terrain, tu cherches une solution, gros. S'il n'y a pas de solution, je te dis quoi? Carré croix, frère. Je t'ai pas vu en faire un depuis le début du match. Et le MR, Soro, tant pis, ma gueule. Hein. Pas de mytho. Hein. Parce que t'as vu.
But we see these two teams taking every single precaution they possibly can at this moment. There is so little time left. I think around 15 in-game minutes left for either Bayern to hang on to their lead or Celtic to chase the equaliser, and after that potentially a winner themselves. We're underway once more. These two players, these two clubs, have been difficult to separate up to this point. Game 1, 2-1 to Bayern. Game 2, 2-1 to Celtic. 10 in-game minutes to go.
Every pass and every touch of the ball is almost counting double at this moment, and that's the pressure cooker that we're under. It's very much been cranked up to 11, given the complexities and how much time we've got left and what this will mean to both teams.
Every in-game minute is going to seem like an age to Alex Alguacil at this point, but Serge Gnabry is in behind. Luckily, the defensive work rate of Ayaz Babisk is enough. Operation take time off the clock here for Bayern. Davies versus Turnbull on that far side. Don't be surprised to see Davies try and dance around this and kill off the clock as best he can. Miscontrol, though, will gift possession back to Celtic with time still left within the 90. It's go time for Celtic. At this point, anywhere will do for Bayern. Nervy final moments. 2 minutes added on. That is a minimum of 2 for Ayaz Babisk and Celtic. And here they come, but they've given the ball away. And Alex boots the ball into touch and silences the haters. Our first eFootball Championship Pro 2022 finalists.
El partido más malo hecho, tío.
Bayern München.
Please drink responsibly. Anyone appearing intoxicated or
You heard what it meant to them. Commiserations, of course, to Celtic Football Club. They will fall in our first semi-final, but Bayern, they see it out. 2-1s across the board, but they win game 3. Thanks to Alex Alguacil, Wes.
When it's all on the line, Bayern find a way. It's seemingly been that way since we've started today's broadcast. It's a case of when they need it, they will find it. They'll, whichever way it comes in, as we saw there with Coman's goal. Again, if you're bursting into the box, as we'll see again here, or we saw from the previous highlight, the reason why I got confused there is because the corner goes in the same type of fashion. But you saw, if he gets brought down, it's a penalty. And you can see here the error that happens here. And you can see what Alex's brain is kind of working with. But it's great pressure from AS Probiskis that if your opponent is starting to play about at the back and maybe trying to take too many risks, if you keep the pressure on, you're able to get the ball, you're able to, in profitable positions. But you can see the game plan that was there from Bayern to this Celtic side, which is frustrate. That's literally all of this has been, is frustrating. They have frustrated Barcelona, they have frustrated Celtic, they've frustrated some of the most high-scoring players in the tournament. I mean, there, you thought potentially that would have been something very telling, and that would have been the chance that really they could have regretted. But again, it was down to this chance here. You can see it defend the bottom of your screen, plays everybody on side, and Robert Lewandowski, like I say, you give him that type of real estate, he is not going to miss from there. You can see Alex there saying, yeah, okay, I got this. I'm okay. We got it. It's fine. But he had to still grind that result out. It still had to be a ground out result from Bayern, as you can see. Very much silencing the critics, as we have seen him do in years past.
A great result for Bayern, a great result for Alex as well, Semra. He's faced adversity this season, but he's overcome it to put Bayern as our first team in the eFootball Championship Pro Finals this season.
He was put to the test in a very big way, and he passed with flying colours. He had a point to prove, as both of you pointed out as well at the start of this game, and he made it loud and clear. And he did so in such a big way, didn't he, by booking passage to the final for them. And we know what they can do in the final as well. They've been there and won it before. So certainly some warning shots have been fired there. But you look at Celtic in the last 3 games, and it was very, very close. If they were going to go down, they were going to go down swinging, and that's exactly what they did. And as fate would have it, just looking at game 3 there, obviously they were all 2-1 results, but game 3, I can't remember which one of the two of you mentioned it, that they faced each other, Aswabisk and Alex Alguacil, in the group stage, and Aswabisk was the one to come out on top with a 2-1 victory. And this time, well, he returned the favour by doing the same, but with the scoreline in his favour, and obviously with all that comes with it.
Yeah, if there's a way to get your team back in to the situation of contesting finals, and also get your name back in the good graces of the fans, it's to overturn a result previously that kind of haunts you. And I think Alex, that's going to be an emotional result for him. Obviously, being the 3rd player in a best of 3 when you have a 3-man team is going to be such a pressurized situation, Wes. But as we're about to see, Bayern have they put faith in Alex, and that it's been repaid as they advance to the finals, of course.
Yeah, it certainly has been repaid in kind. And when you need a player to step up, I know a lot of the talk from ourselves, from myself, yourself, and Semra, before games were kicked off, it was Jose, it was Mestre. Nobody sleep on Alex Alguacil as a player of eFootball. This guy has been there and done it at the very highest of levels. So in terms of a player to call on, it's that experience, it's that type of mentality that you need.
It is indeed. Celtic, despite their quarter-final bye, will be bowing out in the semi-finals. As you can see in the bottom right, they will take part, I should say, in the 3rd and 4th place match tomorrow, which is taking place, of course, in tomorrow's stream. So looking forward to seeing how they fare there. But unfortunately for them, it is Bayern who advance to the grand finals.
It is indeed. They needed Alex to react, and he reacted very well indeed. But I believe it's going to be Jose that we're going to be speaking with now, the team captain. And Wes, you get to catch up with him for the 2nd time today. I can only imagine that he's going to be on cloud 9, even more so than before when you talked to him earlier. Let's see what he has to say about his team's performance and about reaching yet another final in eFootball.
Yeah, well, we talk almost random with the Bayern Munich boys. They tend to rotate out. We are joined by the man of the hour, Alex Alguacil. Congratulations to you and your team. Again, pressure environments, pressure moments. You've came up in the clutch. How does it feel to be eFootball Championship Pro finalists?
I feel so strange, being honest. I'm sure my teammates feel much better than me right now. I mean, for me, myself, the last 2 weeks were totally a nightmare. I mean, I never have felt really horrible in terms of anxiety, stressful, because we are training hard. I mean, you see when they play, we are strong enough to be in the final. Obviously, this is a hard competition where the best are competing here. But when you face the match days, you don't really play as you are coming in the training session. It's really pissed off. Hopefully, I have an amazing 2 teammates. Also, are my friends that are really amazing during this competition. And wow, finally we came here because their performance. No, obviously we are training hard all 3 weeks together on the previous months. And as I said, I want to say also congratulations to Celtic on an amazing competition. My last movement after the reaction of the finish, it wasn't totally against us, it was against myself. It was something as a redemption, in terms of even this game. I was totally pressured. I have a lot of pressure. As you see, my mistake in the Asbavis goal as well. I don't know. I feel sometimes when this pressure with this competition, this is my first tournament. I've been playing out of years, but when the result doesn't go well, the crazy anxiety appears, and you're playing for FC Bayern as well, so you have to be the best, and it has to be the champ, So we also play for that, but that's what makes us better and better with the pass of the times. And as I said, I don't really feel really relaxed already. I think I can do more for the team, and that's my point for tomorrow. Really, I mean, it's not enough, and I want to show at the same level as my teammates are performing during this game, my level, and for sure. And there's no more thing to say that good words to everybody that is making this competition, especially the people who is supporting me during these days. Mestre, Jose, my girlfriend, my family. I mean, there was a lot of trash talk behind my performance, and I hope to have more chances as today. And if not, pretty awesome. I hope everybody congratulates Mestre and Jose. They are doing amazing tournament. I really think it's not showing on prices and stuff, the good performance that Bayern are doing at the moment. But we have tomorrow, and tomorrow is the day for really show what we are able to. And thank you to everybody. And really, yes, I don't really feel really good right now. Really, it's not. I'm a strange feeling.
No, we appreciate your time. A massive congratulations. There's a lot of expectation that goes with playing for Bayern Munich. We can see that from the 3 of you guys, but obviously you'll now head into tomorrow's final, and now you'll be able to go ahead and just relax and take a little bit of time for yourselves. But a massive congratulations to you guys once again. Fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you in the studio, Samra.
Thanks very much. Wes, brilliant. The honesty with which Alex was just speaking there. You can see the adrenaline just pumping through his veins. On top of that, the pressure, the weight has been lifted off of his shoulders, and we'll see what kind of impact that has on his performance tomorrow. But we're very delighted to see that for him indeed. He spoke about that anxiety there. Well, hopefully that is now long past him and forgotten going into the big grand finale. So let's see then who's going to be joining them in that game tomorrow, in that match I should say, tomorrow. So up next is our second semi-final of the day, and it's going to be Roma against AS Monaco.
We are very happy and proud to be here in semi-final. We know our opponents are very, very strong players, but we have trained a lot during this week, and we will do our best to reach the final.
Let's go, Monaco.
Well, there you have it, a very tasty one indeed going into the second semi-final of the day. The Italian side, Roma, they certainly have been consistent. They've been solid the whole way throughout this tournament, and part of that is down to the quality that they have added via their AS Roma club packs. All right, well, it's just about time to get the ball rolling then for game one of this fantastic semi-final clash between Roma and AS Monaco. So let's see who's going to be squaring off for this one. And this one will leave us with a lot to talk about, I have a feeling. It's Gallardo against Nexa. Gallardo was the player from Roma who has collected the least amount of points so far. No wins to his name, just the 2 points then. Having said that, Nexa, obviously we know he's been fit and firing early from today. He's already added more goals to his tally and shooting his way up the top of the goal scoring charts. Now, we talked about the approach and strategy throughout the day, and it's largely been a case of going from strongest to players that have not been delivering as you would like. Maybe the weakest performers, just for a lack of better words. In this case, they've done the reverse order here, Roma, for today. Why do you think that they've done that?
I think it has something to do with the captain wanting to be that pivot player within that best of three. I anticipate Irma to be one of those players that wants to make sure that whether win or loss in game one, he's going to give his team a chance to make the finals regardless. So maybe that's why Gagliardo coming out first. It's going to be a tough one though, Wes, because Nexa, as Semra said, has been so good this season. He's chasing down the Golden Boot Award, don't forget. I think he's sitting on 11 goals so far with the Palmer on 12, but the Palmer's out of the competition now, so it's all for Nexa to try and steal that award away.
Yeah, and if by byproduct that he wins this game and then as a result gives his team a foothold in the semi-final, that'll be great for him. I think in terms of Gagliardo, I think we're anticipating, we're waiting for that kind of breakout performance from him this season. It hasn't quite clicked just yet. I think looking at the kind of the depth here though, that could be potentially what we're feeding into in terms of team selection. I think the other part to maybe look at from this scenario is we've just seen Celtic get dumped out of the competition. That coming in from being quite cold, as it were, to the game. Are Roma going to suffer the same fate? Because Nexa, as we saw earlier, free scoring, free flowing, has already been warned to the situation.
Well, Nexa starting off so well. The first opportunity catches the defense sleeping. Maybe they were still mentally in the changing rooms, but Nexa, his 12th of the season, to put Monaco up 1-0.
Well, we talk about commentators' curse and we talk about almost manifesting a goal. It's within the first 2 minutes of the game. It's a fantastic start for Nexa, fantastic start for Monaco. And again, it came from basically just a bit of a breakdown. Boadu gets the through ball in. It's Volland who takes a ferocious strike into the corner. I think you could put 2 or 3 goalkeepers in there. They wouldn't be saving that one. And Nexa proving exactly what, as Maccabeal has been saying about him, he's the man for the big occasion. He's this guy in form.
Oh, we haven't even had a chance to welcome AS Roma to the knockout stages today. It's not the ideal welcome. I don't think Monaco are looking to roll out the red carpet for them, but now it's Gagliardo in possession. We'll see what the Italian club can do in terms of their aspirations, but watch out for Boadu if he can take this in stride, and he has! It could be 2, and it is! Two within 10, within 9, within 8 in-game minutes. Nexa rising to the occasion.
He's not hanging about his Nexa. He's not standing on ceremony. And again, we'll talk about it's one long ball, but it's a foot race between Mancini and Boadu. And Boadu, again, is one of the quickest players in this competition, and proved to be just so. Got around the other side of the defender, finds the back of the net, and Nexa now has the overall goal-scoring lead in the goal-scoring competition. So that will be something for him to consider. That he is now at the top of that table on his own as the long ball goes in again.
Surely not 3. Goal number 13 then for Nexa this season. What a talent he has been in his first season of the competition. The only other person I can think of to match him at this point would be Mestre. Of course, Mestre's Bayern München team are waiting in the grand finals for one of these two clubs. It's crazy to think only 15 or just over 15 in-game minutes have been and gone, and we've already got 2 goals for Nexa so far. Way to announce yourself in this semi-final.
Yeah, those 2 goals proving what we kind of said at the top of the broadcast, which is it doesn't always have to be pretty. It just needs to be effective. It doesn't need to be skillful. It doesn't need to be, you know, skill moves and double touches and all the rest of it. It just requires you to just be effective. And that's realistically where Nexa is right now. He's in this really effective mindset of going, okay, I have all of the trickery that I need in the locker. I have it all there to call upon. Instead, let's just be effective. And that's clearly what's happening here. It's trying to dislodge what has been a robust Roma defence, and instead just put a lot of pressure on it, and as such reaping the rewards of it early on in this game.
1-2 attempted by Gagliardo, but Nexa one step ahead. It has been such an impressive season from Nexa. Gagliardo, though, he's in here with Abraham. Strike parried back into danger, but the Monaco defence is a decent match to it that time around. Long ball to Boadu is going to be a focal point, you feel, maybe for Nexa in this first game. Always running in behind is Boadu. He might look for it again here. Over on that far side. 10 minutes to go, by the way, until half-time. Which for Gagliardo may well be needed. It could be the regroup that he needs. Zaniolo looking to feed Jean on the near side. Something tells me there's going to be a fair few goals in this game to come. Mkhitaryan dispossessed. Important, of course, for Gagliardo not to give up at this point. Despite being 2 down, there is still so much to be played for.
Yeah, we've seen turnarounds at will in this competition so far. I think if you are, you know, Nexa, I think the kind of the tactic here is realistically just to put these guys under pressure, as you see again going to Boadu.
Smalling physically taking care of business there. No minutes added on, so this will be the last attack of the first half. Nexa gets the ball back, and that will signal the end of the first half. A dream start. 2 goals within the first 10 minutes for Nexa, the young Frenchman.
And please join me in wishing a happy wedding
and at half-time, it's regroup time for Roma. Regroup time for Gagliardo.
Capito? Quindi sta guardando a lanciare. Gioca il tuo gioco, ma gioca piano in avanti, senza troppi finti. Dai, veloce.
It's one thing being off the controller giving instructions. It's a very different thing being on the controller and being in control of things. Certainly everybody will be full of advice on what players should or shouldn't do. But until you're in this scenario, you won't really know what the tell is here. And it's the interesting point I want to kind of raise here with what Nexa is doing to Roma we talk about players knowing their own teams as well as they should do in terms of knowing what their capabilities are. It seems as though they have done, or at least Nexa, at least at this point, has done a bit of work on what the weaknesses are of the Roma team, which is that they're not as quick across the ground. Yes, they're physically imposing, but across the ground in terms of ball control and things like that, in terms of, especially at their back line, is that they're not quite adept at having the ball on the floor. So having these types of balls, having long balls over the top, having those abilities certainly seems to be what is working so well for Monaco at the moment, is just causing that kind of pace deficiency in that Roma backline.
Perhaps some tells of the AS Monaco team that they were anticipating a semi-final spot. They're here and now, and the game plan's worked so far. Gagliardo, though, with Mkhitaryan to put the ball across. Pulls Nubel into action. It's definitely in this type of competition where, sure, it's Dream Team, but you are locked at 2,300 collective team strength. You have to know not only the strength of your squad, but also the weaknesses of your opponents. So, as Monaco have a free kick here, and Ben Yedder will step up, and it's off the mark. You've always got to be looking forward in this competition, and one thing that, well, I was going to say maybe both of these clubs will be doing is looking at Bayern, who await them in the final. But first and foremost, Wes, we have to focus on this semi-final.
Yeah, and you can't look past it. You can't look past any games here, even if you are, you know, say, as Maccabiel and Guifera, you might be looking at this going, wow, you know, Nexa was 2 goals up in the space of, 10 in-game minutes. Oh, well, this will be easy for us. It could be just as complex.
Oh, Follens makes it 3. His second of the game, past Rui Patricio. Puts Nexa now well and truly head and shoulders above the rest of the goal-scoring competition, and puts him in a commanding lead here in game 1.
My maths served me right. It's 14 goals across all games in this competition for Nexa so far. Free scoring, almost an assassin. No emotion that comes out of him when he scores. It's eerily reminiscent of how Lotvi normally is in his types of games. A very Iceman-like kind of personality, where he's just kind of just like, it's fine. It's another game. But again, in terms of the psychological edge that this may provide, if you're Roma, you're seeing Gagliardo get put to the sword very, very quickly here. You might be looking on if you're his Roma teammates and thinking, oof, we might be in for a bit of a day here.
Well, whoever does turn up in game 2 for AS Roma, if things stay the same, will have a big performance that is needed. Because right now, Nexa, he's done his job. So far, anyway. What can Gagliardo have to say for himself here? Just dwelling on the ball somewhat as we enter the final 20 here in game 1. And to Abraham, that's what Gagliardo's been looking for. On the ball once more, stunning strike is away, but off of a defender, out for a corner.
Yeah, you can just see he's just struggled to really get into this game from the get-go. Again, that kind of early salvo, the early 2-goal salvo from Nexa really has kind of taken that psychological edge out of the game. It's not as prominent as you probably think. If it was 1 goal and you were only 1-0 down at half time, it's an easier team talk than when you're potentially 2 goals down, and especially as things stand at the moment, being 3 down is it's going to be very, very difficult from here.
Joe, 4 heures pour lui. 3-0 ma gueule. 3-0, je l'ai déjà subi contre l'autre film.
The body language of these players is always fascinating, because Nexa so much a perfectionist that once that dribbles out for a corner, he's almost looking like he's the man that is
3 down currently.
Substitutions taking place.
That is what makes these great players as good as they are. That attention to detail and not wanting to give anything away.
But in terms of a finishing scoreline for Nexa, in terms of the teammates that you've got certainly behind you, in terms of advice boards or sounding boards, they're greater players to have on your team.
Oh, it's dangerous here as Roman players are going to ground. They're still wrestling for this, and Abraham is fed. And the celebrations can't go on for too long because 15 minutes left to get at least 2 goals back. There is 1 for Roma, but you need 2 more.
Yeah, it's a little bit of collision central, as we saw there, just players just bouncing off of one another in the penalty box. Again, it's who can just about get there, and as we saw there, it's a Roma player who gets there. It's Abraham who sweeps it home. It's 3-1. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that we could see a comeback here. It's just, you know, in terms of the likelihood and the probability of it, you'd probably look at it and go, with 13 minutes to go, you're going to need some pretty quick goals if you're Roma, whereas you might have, in the way of Nexa, you may have somebody just looking to kill this game off.
Oh, what a flip of the script it would be if it were to happen, but you still have Boadu on the pitch, you still have that long ball threat you have to keep tabs on. It's improbable but not impossible. And that's a lovely ball over the top to Ben Yedder. The goalkeeper has come and missed it, and it's 4. 4-1. It's a bit of a drubbing for a semi-final, but credit to Nexa. He's made it certain now with 4.
Yeah, and it's long ball. It's long ball, it's over the top. And as we said, it isn't the prettiest way to score on eFootball, and it certainly won't be the most complex type of goal you'll score. But it's long ball, it's over the top. Monaco player gets there before the goalkeeper, sweeps home for 4-1. It's crude, but it's effective. And again, at this level, at this stage of eFootball Championship Pro, what do you want to be? Do you want to be the entertainers, or do you want to be the winners? That's the choice you've got to make.
Mkhitaryan here trying to find El Shaarawy, but that 4th goal really does kill off any hopes of a Roma comeback here in game 1. If you're just joining us, it is a best of 3. So still potentially 2 more games for Roma to turn this around in, but game 1 is well and truly gone. Only consolations up for grabs at this point in time. For Nexa, he's thinking about the golden boot. He's still wanting to chase more goals, more accolades in what has been a star-studded first season. And, well, he's given away a penalty here, I believe. So there'll be another goal on the board, potentially, for Gagliardo, if he can tuck this away. Won't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but Stefan El Shaarawy is able to score, and it makes it 4-2. A decent penalty, Wes, but there's no way the comeback can happen now.
Yeah, I don't think the comeback is on, not from here. I think if you look on the clock just to your left that's flashed up, it's a clear penalty. Cao Enrique's brought him down. Decent slot away from Stefan El Shaarawy. And again, I think 4-2 maybe flatters Roma a little bit in this game because they've just not been at the races. But much of that is a credit to Nexa and to Monaco because they've just not been allowed to. And looking at the way that this game goes, if you're looking for a blueprint on how to beat AS Roma, this is pretty much up there in terms of how to do a demolition job on an opponent.
Well, potentially some glaring holes to be filled in the boat of AS Roma, and they don't have much time to fill those holes because You do have game 2 coming very, very shortly. But game 1 is gone. It is going the way of AS Roma. They have 1 foot in the grand finals. And they started off so well. I believe that's the quickest goal of the tournament so far in under 2 minutes. And it really set the pace, didn't it, Wes?
I don't even think supporters had their bums in seats at that point, because it was so quick from AS Monaco, and as you quite rightly said, they're certainly looking to have 1 foot into the final with this performance. And again, it was that proponent of the long ball. Curiously, if you're looking at it from a player or a fan standpoint at home, it always came, that long ball came from, ball goes to the left back plays the ball flowing forward, and it gives those pacey forwards that, you know, Monaco have in abundance through Volland, through Bardu, through Ben Yedder, Diatta if he ever comes onto the field. It was able to get a hold of it, and it was a great little dinked ball in there to Bardu. And again, to find the ball across, again, it's finding players at the back post, swiped home. And it was Monaco's to lose for a long period of that game. And they managed to kind of, you know, Roma getting themselves luckily back into the game. I think, like I said, I think the scoreline flattered them just a little bit. But I think, you know, Monaco well worth their victory there.
Of course, the Romans at this point, 3-1 down. It was looking with, you know, about 15 or so in-game minutes left on the clock, like a comeback could happen. Then this goal from Ben Yedder. And Nexa is, what was that, 14th, 15th of the season? You lose track at this point. To 15th. Make it certain, 15th of the season. A penalty at this point from El Shaarawy tucked away, and unfortunately we couldn't get too excited about it for Roma fans, because it was a mere consolation at that point. But they have games 2 and 3, potentially 3, ahead of them now. Semra, a dream start for Monaco. Nexa continues to impress.
A dream start for Monaco, Nexa, but mamma mia from Roma. That was the worst way to start their pursuit of trying to book a place in the final. It probably couldn't have gone much worse, could it have? In the end, it was Nexa who really was very much in the comfortable driving seat from start to finish. He was a very dominant performance from him, and as you well say, he's now the leading scorer outright of the competition thus far, with 15 and counting to his name. So having said that, let's see if his teammate can pick up where he's left off and continue to score more goals. And by the looks of this, wow, this is going to be a really tantalizing matchup, one in which probably doesn't get much better than this. We've got another captain's affair between Urma and Uzmakabil. Urma, obviously, no matter what happens in the case of Roma, he will leave this competition with at least a prize as the best player of the group during the group stages, of course. And he's infallible. He's picked up 7 of 15 points for them, and he has yet to lose a game. Having said that, he's going up against Uzmakabil, one of the best players in the world and in the history of eFootball. And I think what's so exciting about this one is that you have on the one hand in Urma, who is one of the most informed players of this particular season, going up against one of the most informed players in history, but on top of that, who found his mojo earlier today. It's a really tough one to call, this one.
Yeah, it really is, because this is kind of the matchup I anticipated. I'm surprised to have not seen Guifera start so far. We may well see that. Well, we will see that in game 3 if it goes that far. But when we were questioning why Gagliardo was going out first, I think this is why. I think you want your captain, Urma, who, as you said, Semra, has found form in this competition already this season, to be in a kind of win-win situation. If you're game 2, it's like, okay, well, if my teammates won the first game, I can put us in the final, or if he's lost it, I can give us that second chance. So maybe that's the thinking here from Roma, but it was Uzmakabil on the other side. I mean, need we say more?
Yeah, well, as the old saying goes, styles make fights, and play styles in this instance certainly make great games of eFootball. This one looks like probably the hottest ticket in town. Urma, who again has proved throughout this tournament just how good he is, versus, as Sarah pointed out, a player who's now found his mojo.
We're wasting no time as Bawadu! Did I say Nexa's goal was the fastest of the tournament? Well, scratch that. Özmakabil on the board within 1 minute.
I get the feeling he doesn't like anybody else having any records. I really get that vibe with Özmakabil. Again, no sooner had we got into the game, it's a triangle of passes, and again, taking ownership and taking control of Roma's deficiencies. Roma's deficiencies at the back, in the sense of slow and sluggish defenders, at least in their legs. It causes issues. It causes issues. And no sooner have we, got into it, that we've seen it, and they're poking holes in it for absolute fun here. In again.
Yeah, Boadu in again, and this time the manual goalkeeping is definitely needed. But we mentioned holes in the defence, holes in the proverbial Roma ship. They are holes that need to be plugged, and very soon, or this could get very ugly. Corner cleared away. But the more and more I'm seeing from the runs in behind from Boadu, the more that we're starting to believe that this was definitely a designed game plan. The referee has seen something he's not a fan of. And credit to Monaco, they've done their research, they've had a little look at the weaknesses and no doubt the strengths as well of this Roma lineup.
Yeah, that's the key. Not only have they learnt their own game plan, they've looked at what makes Roma so strong, and also, in effect, what's their weakness. And again, it's ball in at the feet of the likes of Smalling and likes of Mancini. It can be problematic, but
look out for Jean as he strikes the near post. Saved this time around, but Roma, they're going to have to keep tabs on Boadu. They're going to have to be constantly playing catch up. If they do not do so. Corner then swung in. Spinazzola with the stunning strike, and Zaniolo is there to try and reclaim. Game one went Monaco's way, as you see at the top of your screen. So Roma, in this best of three, need a result. They have plenty of bodies forward, but can't find a single one. Golovin versus Smalling. Free kick then to Monaco. Smalling gives the foul away. Zaniolo now goes for goal, and maybe there were better options on there. 20 minutes gone. Credit to Irma though, he's come back into this game and realised this may well end up in a straight shootout between himself and a three-time world champion, be it penalty shootout or otherwise.
Yeah, and if you're anticipating that a player could find, a bit of strength and a bit of a way forward, it'd be Irma. We saw in the group stage with his game against the Palma, a lot was made of, how is he going to combat that result, and came out and come up trumps for his team there. My question to you, Harry, is potentially, if this doesn't go the right way, as we'll see the play potentially break through here, but as we think about it, we could potentially be looking at both group toppers of the group stage be in the third and fourth place playoff, and I'm not sure how many people would have predicted that at the start of the day.
Well, it was a hypothetical question that you posed when we had our bracket populated last week. Do you prefer to be in a quarter-final and get games under your belt as an early strike comes in again? Do you prefer to be the team that is having those quarter-final games? Maybe it's beneficial to you that you don't bypass that round. So far, that theory is proving true.
Seems to be a common thread, that high-pitched French tone whenever things are not going quite the way you want it to go.
Wouldn't say that to his Maccabeel's face, of course, but there's a strike from Roma and Irma. There's Maccabeel's getting more and more animated. He feels this one-goal lead is a very slender one indeed. Once again, not things we would say to his Maccabeel's face. Roma, though, with the corner. Lovely double touch by Mkhitaryan. What can he conjure up here? Nothing that evades the goalkeeper's hands.
It's like I said before, you won't like him when he's angry, and it's a brilliant ball through from a goal kick, but just couldn't quite get there. And again, the more, like I said, the more things that don't go in as Maccabeel's favour, I think the more likely you are to see a goal from him.
Watch out for Boadu, and Ben Yedder is there, and it is very wide. Very wide indeed. The opportunity to double the lead comes and goes in a flash. Lovely interchange between Jan and Abraham, and it is the former to strike the equaliser. Lovely build-up play from Irma. And Roma, they are back on level terms.
It's almost like the block from Monaco's defender actually did them no favours. As the goalkeeper was trying to read it, as we'll see it probably from a perfect angle here. It's a good little interchange of play there. See, the goalkeeper has read or tried to read that shot going through the defender instead. I'm not even sure. He may even get a hand on the second opportunity, which would even be even more so. Let's have a look at it from this angle. Goes straight at the keeper. It does just get a hand on it. So the fortune for Roma, they're back to level terms in the most fortuitous of fashions. But now it's going to go back again the other way. Let's see how this game will break out, because at the moment it's looking very open once more.
The question I was asking myself in my mind moments before that goal went in is, with the clear instructions to try and get it long to the likes of Ben Yedder and Boadu, do Monaco come very close, dangerously close to becoming a bit one note here, Wes? If Irma is able to adjust, what second options, what plan Bs are there in place here for this Maccabeel and Monaco?
Well, the thing is, if you look at their midfield, it's Tchouameni, it's Golovin. They're looking at maybe bringing those players, and maybe rather than having a defensive line that potentially driving Roma's defensive line backwards, instead they may have spaces in midfield that they can drive into with those midfielders. So again, it then becomes a kind of a case of, can you bait their defence out of their defensive shape? Because of course, Roma's line are going to drop back and back and back to try and protect against that over-the-top through ball. Instead, you need to then maybe take it another way. Now, Uz Maccabeel will know this, to the nth degree. He'll know what he's got to do to make this team successful. But on the flip side of it, it's going to be Irma and Roma that are going to grow in confidence as time goes on, if the longer it stays like this. But you see there, long ball.
It's Boadu in again, one-on-one, and the defender, I think that's Chris Smalling, does enough there just to put his Maccabeel off. He was waiting, I think, for some goalkeeper movement, but forgot. the defender giving chase was still a part of that equation. Go ahead, Wes.
I think he tried. I think as Maccabeal tried to, as you said, they tried to bait out the goalkeeper, had realised that he probably didn't even need to. I think if he'd have just shot on that, I'd love to see a replay of that when we see the highlights. But I think had he have just pulled the trigger, that's a goal. And I think that's what even he knew. Even with the oncoming tackle from Smalling, I think even he realised the chance that was there.
Just a subtle jab to remind Irma, hey, you have to keep tabs on this. Otherwise, I'm going to make you pay. Here is Veretout now. Turning inside the box. This one evenly poised. 10 minutes in to the second half. Roma 1, Monaco 1. A reminder, this is a game that Roma and Irma has to win.
The attendance for this match was 71,649.
Mkhitaryan, Roma just can't quite find the pass that is needed. Way down the line goes Maccabeal, and Ben Yedder is further inside here. Still going! He's back in front! A wonderfully worked goal by the three-time world champion. 2-1 Monaco.
In more ways than one, when you're in trouble and you need help, you look to the captain. It's Wissam Ben Yedder, got the ball down the line, got the ball inside. Now again, we talk about doing things that are different. The ball for Monaco has been left back, cross field, over the top. Instead there, down the line, instead all of a sudden now turns into a different type of defensive scenario that you've got to account for. And again, it's doing things out of the ordinary. And again, getting that opportunity, the neat little turn inside, finds the back of the net, and all of a sudden Monaco now are very much back in the driver's seat once more.
Moments away from a place in the grand finals.
Substitution for Monaco. Number 17.
We're underway after the goal.
11.
Monaco 2, Roma 1.
Coming on the field. Number 37. Number 27.
A reminder, we are playing a best of 3 here. Because Monaco have won game 1 already. If things stay as they are, Monaco would join Bayern München in the grand finals to be played tomorrow. Unless Irma, with Abraham and Co, can find an equaliser in that time frame. Zaniolo is in the box here, but is offside. Bit of a let-off there, you have to say, for AS Monaco.
That's a big let-off because Zaniolo was in a lot of room there, and it probably would have taken a challenge from us Maccabeal to stop him there, and that would have been a penalty. As such, though, offside decision given right on the field. And it's back to Roma again to see what Irma can do here.
Abraham weaving, stunning strike, and it stings the palms of the Monaco keeper. Now, what points, if you're Maccabeal, do you maybe let go of your pride and start to play a bit more defensive here?
I mean, I don't know. That's the key question. I don't think Maccabeal has that gear. I don't think he has the gear where he wants to let up the kind of the pressure. I think here it's going to be telling to see whether he can find it here and now.
I believe that was a lobbed finish attempt, but not going to trouble the Monaco keeper that time around. Irma is going to feed off of this. Mkhitaryan has been physically challenged there. The Roma fans wanting something given in their favour. The referee unmoved once more. Route 1 to Bouadou. He's won his battle against Mancini as well. Has players arriving, but not for Mancini at the back. Ten in-game minutes to go. Roma's season on the line. Fofana. Diop as well. Can't quite get the ball across in time, and that will gift possession here to Irma and Roma. Or two. Abraham was threatening to get in, and Irma, we saw there in his camera, just physically frustrated as time further ticks down. Great tackle by Uzmakabil. So here we go then, entering last chance saloon. Uzmakabil still trying to push the pace. It's at the right end of the field for him. Ben Yedder
minutes has been indicated.
is going to that corner flag. Into the second of two added on. And it's looking like Monaco will be returning to the final of an eFootball Championship Pro competition. The full-time whistle blows. And Monaco in straight games. They best Roma 2-0. A great game, Wes. You can see the stats here. Roma just left found wanting. And great celebrations as well from Uzmakabil and his dog. I seem to remember, Wes, as we just take a look at the quickest goal of the competition so far. Right on the stroke of 1 minute gone. Uzmakabil back in the studio a couple of seasons ago, bringing in an AS Monaco shirt with his dog's name on it. So obviously his biggest fan there supporting him here today. And the question is, was the dog's support maybe Uzmakabil, was it his difference maker here today?
I mean, I don't think that would have made that much of a difference. I'd like to think his teammates had more of a hand in keeping his cool. But throughout that game, we saw a passionate and a fired up Uzmakabil. I think he knew the importance of the game. It's fortune that gets Roma back into the game there. I mean, granted, the passing move was very good leading up to it. This little kind of one-touch passing that was happening. The fortune comes here and also here. It just comes with just not, the keeper just not putting his hands out. And instead, we saw more of this. We saw more of that long ball tactic. And here is the replay I wanted to see. So I think he saw the manual goalkeeping, and rather than kind of trust his instinct, has then dummied because he saw the manual goalkeeper occur. So I think it was a little bit of gamesmanship that was there. But we saw this skill, a little bit of dummy, just stroked it into the bottom corner. And Uzmakabil and Monaco are now eFootball Championship Pro finalists.
That they are for a third time in their history. All 3 times with Uzmakabil. So the question was, could they return to the top, Semra, this season with new faces flanking the 3-time world champion? The answer is well and truly yes.
Yes, indeed, and who knows, maybe Uzmakabil's dog will feature in the final as well tomorrow. That certainly was one of the images of the day, wasn't it? Just love to see that little celebration at the end there. Really impressive stuff from the French outfit. It's 4 wins from 4, a perfect record today, and they've just romped their way into the grand finale tomorrow. Here's a quick look and reminder of those games that they played. Of course, they only had to play 2 because they did the job straight away. It was a 4-2 victory. Nexa very comfortable indeed, with 4 goals to his name. As we said earlier, that takes him to the top of the goal scoring charts with 15 so far. That means, unfortunately, Gagliardo, he bows out of this season without any victories to his name. In game 2, it ended 2-1, a very close contest between 2 absolute heavyweights and titans of eFootball. But it was Uzmakabil who, in the end, just edged it and did enough to get his team into the final to face Bayern München tomorrow. Having said that, I believe Wes, you're going to speak to him now, and we can get his thoughts about how well they performed today and also what we can expect from them tomorrow.
Yeah, we are joined once again by Uzmakabil. Congratulations, my friend, to AS Monaco for making the finals once again. How does it feel being in the final now, being with a different set of comrades, as it were, in your teammates?
Gioco, faccio il mio gioco.
Osman, can you hear me?
Yes, no, yes.
Ah, fantastic. I'll repeat my question because I can see you were probably trying to sort the dog out there. Just talking, first of all, congratulations to Monaco for that performance, getting yourselves through to the final. How has it been kind of comparing this year's performances to last year's? With, obviously, you've had a brand new set of teammates, there's been a change in format. How has it kind of been for you? Have you found it different, and have you found it more difficult this year?
For me, it's more difficult because we change all the roster. I lose Kilou and Nexa and Lotfi, but we train a lot with Guifera and Nexa, the young prodigy. For me, is one of the best players now in Europe. We are very happy. We deserve it. We train a lot. Difficult. It's very, very difficult to win this match. And I want to say GG to AS Roma. It's for me the best roster this year because they train a lot. I know him. They train a lot. And Durma, fantastic player. I have some luck, but the game like this is you need luck for win the tournament like this or win this game like this. You need the luck.
Yeah, you certainly do. Both in real football and virtual football, it seems to be that you need a little bit of luck. But talk to us about the game plan with Roma. Myself and Harry, we were looking and we were noticing that there was that long ball that was kind of beating their defence. Was that something that you guys had worked on? Because seemingly you could constantly get in behind with Baudu, with Voland, with Golovin. We'll see it again here with Ben Yedder. There was a real kind of game plan there. Was that something you guys had worked on?
It's a train. It's not random. It's always training with Nexa and Guifera. Always long ball, repeat. And for the match, to have the best level and to prove that he deserves and we deserve to this final. And Guifera too. He train with his team, and we are happy. I don't want to say anything.
Well, no, it's been good to speak to you. You may not have the top goal scoring accolade off of Nexa, but you've certainly got the quickest goal off of him. A massive congratulations to you and Monaco, and we will see you in the final tomorrow.
Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you. We hope to
much appreciated
to play against Bayern Munich and maybe victory.
Well, here's hoping it will be a fantastic final. Semra, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about you.
Oh, I absolutely am. I think it's going to be a fantastic final indeed. And talking about the trajectory of these two clubs, it's been remarkable this season. You had Bayern München, who really had their backs up against it. They were up against the ropes. They took a marginal victory to get out of the group stage, and they just flew their way to the final tomorrow. In the case of AS Monaco, they also had a very rough start in match day one. They managed to turn around their fortunes, but they were the ones who really delivered the 1-2 punch today. There you can see it. And the interesting thing is as well, apart from knocking out two of the most impressive teams so far, the two teams that have been really just sensational in Celtic and AS Roma, who will have to settle for battling it out for a third place on the podium tomorrow, is that whoever managed to win the first game of their respective match today, they went on to win the entire thing. A really interesting trend, and it just so happened to be that the Germans and the French were the ones as well who had to feature in the quarterfinals. Perhaps it does have something to do with your theory about them warming up nice and early and getting sort of match sharp and emotionally and focused and ready for what it would take for them to get into the semi-finals and then carry on.
Yeah, lots to read into there, especially when you consider, as you said, Semra, whoever won the first game would then see out the entire series. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, Wes, as we look towards tomorrow with those two games we have on the right-hand side of our screen between Bayern and Monaco and that third and fourth place match as well. Do you start to mix up the starting lineup? Do you start to say, hey, let's throw a curveball in? Oh, you've been prepping for this player? Hey, how about this player instead? Do you think we might see maybe a bit of gamesmanship tomorrow, I wonder?
Well, here's the million-dollar question: is who's going to blink first? That's the real question here. And we talk about passages to the final, we talk about Monaco, and we talk about Bayern Munich respectively. Both have came out of the supposed group of death, if I remember correctly, as both, as many people have coined it. They've had probably the most difficult trend to get through. If you look at Bayern Munich's standpoint, you've had to come through free-scoring Barcelona. You've had to come through top of the group Celtic. If you're Monaco, you've had to come past the surprise package in Galatasaray, and you've had to come past top of the group Roma. So both of these two teams have had an incredible passage to it. And a comment there for the third and fourth place. Both group toppers find themselves in the third and fourth place, and I'm not a psychologist by any means, but certainly appears, at least by the data that we see in front of us, that it's the warmed up players that seem to have had that little bit of an advantage going into those semi-finals.
Well, as we look towards that final tomorrow between Bayern and Monaco, Semra, we have to look all the way back to the match day one, I believe, between Monaco and Bayern. Oh no, it was the final match day, excuse me, and the points were shared, 4 points apiece, so one win each and a draw. There's no draws this time around, so we have to find a definitive winner tomorrow.
We do. So having said that, just before we part ways, do either one of you want to take a stab at giving us a prediction then?
I wouldn't dream of it. No way. Just don't miss tomorrow. That's my prediction.
Come on, no fence-sitting.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be the brave one. I will jump off my fence. I reckon it will be Monaco, but it will go to a game 3.
Oh,
wow.
All right. I like where your head's at.
At least going to game 3.
At least going to
jumped off my fence.
Well done. We'll see then if it does ring true, your prediction for tomorrow. Having said that, just a friendly reminder to join us once again at 1 o'clock Central European time. You can catch all of this live on eFootball's official YouTube channel, as well as all of the other, you just saw it there on your screen, I'm sure you'll see it once again, all of the other social media platforms that will be popping up. There it is at the bottom of your screen. So do take note, make sure that you follow eFootball on all of those various social media platforms, and that way you can stay up to the latest news that would be on everything that is happening, of course. Having said that, do tune in tomorrow, do join us for the grand finale. It's going to be a cracking day indeed. Until then, wherever you are in the world, take care and we'll see you then. Ciao.